to set out the government's key policy objectives and priorities for the year ahead. The joint sitting is scheduled for Thursday, 12 February 2026 at Cape Town City Hall at 7 p.m. Watch the State of the Nation address live across Parliament's platforms and follow Parliament on social media and join the conversation using hashtag SONA 2026. Your Parliament, your voice, your future.
People with degree.
President
Colored and super colorful, but she's got a different look today. Good afternoon.
Afternoon to you. You also look stunning today. Very proud. I don't know who's getting married, but you look stunning.
You and I are getting married. We're getting married in Limpopo, you know. I can go to Limpopo right now.
Yeah.
But we asked the big question. Are you wearing local?
Yes, my seamstress, the lady who designed all my dresses, it's Azwi from Polokwane. And I always believe in the talent that we have, not just in the country, but in my province, in my home province. Everything that I wear, you must look at it. You'll see that the ladies around Polokwane are empowered. They always make sure that their premier look good.
Okay, so let's talk about fashion. How important is fashion?
Fashion it's quite important because it's a statement on its own. Before people could even listen to what you are saying, they first look at what you're wearing. Unfortunately, that is the reality of it. Some of us, if I had choice, I wouldn't be going all out to say I need something to look good. But the reality is that if you don't look good, no matter how good the message is, nobody listens to your message. They begin to focus on such. Therefore, if you do not look good, you then detract, and you give your detractors more of the airtime to talk about you, not to talk about the work that you do, not to talk about it's quite much more important.
And to the economy.
You know, the economy on its own, fashion on its own, if we are to focus on proudly South Africans, like you could see here, like what I know you, I follow you, most of the time you are always advocating for the local.
Yeah.
And by doing that, you are making sure that you put a plate of food on the table of millions of South Africans. I think that is one industry. If we really want to grow our economy, if we really want to grow, let's focus on fashion. I don't want to mention, but this whole thing of people saying they will get the sheen of the day, the temu, and the all. For me, I'm not supporting that.
Yeah.
I'm fully saying, let's deal with our own. The textile industry needs us, especially those of us who are public figures, whom, like I'm saying to you, if wherever we go, we need to also look good. And for us to look good, somebody else would have helped them to be able to support their families. So fashion on its own, it's one of the biggest drivers of economy. If as a country, we focus on that.
Do you think you want to have Limpopo as the fashion hub?
I definitely will, because Limpopo, you know, that's where you would find the true different cultures in our country. The only province, by the way.
Yes.
If you want to see a province where you will find the Bavenda, the Batsonga, the Bapedi, Balobedu, Batokwa, Batswana, Mandebele, Baswati, you will find them, the original, true, you will find them in the province. Therefore, if you are to bring all their fashion, like I'm saying, when I invite you next month on the 6th of March, I want you to be dressed in a manner which will reflect each and every one of them. When they look at you, they must be able to identify themselves with you. No, ambara satellite dishi, ya usumedzori nivachi kunda malema, imbale a bit of shibelani shitikombisa, uaperinya na yele, inchi wonchaka kwa urawa, wena umuthaluha kwa wahamulot, kuri uaperi ukaru waskukune kwa. So we want you to look like that, so that our people can look at you and say, wow, there goes the true reflection of South Africa, because we are a rainbow nation.
Amazing.
And our cultural diversity is the one that makes us to be proud of who we are.
Looking beautiful, and of course I'm going to go there on the 6th of March, looking amazing. I love your look. If you could just turn around for us and show South Africa how you look. It looks very gorgeous. The colors are beautiful. Thank you for joining us, and thank you for wearing local. You get a high five from me, but also pledge. Make a pledge. Pledge. Can I have that marker? Pledge to always support local. There we go. By signing that, you're pledging to always support local designers.
All support local designers. Charity begins at home. Before you think about somebody else somewhere else, think about the girl next door who can make even a better outfit than someone from outside. Those ones have made their name because their local people supported them. If we don't support our own, who is going to make a name of their own? You can't expect people from overseas to support ours. We start, we show pride, and we market them. Even the entire global community will follow suit.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for joining us. I mean, she's looking absolutely amazing. I was thinking, she was going to wear green, like avocado colors, the olives, because they're quite rich also, every time I go there, I'm looking for lychee or mango and all of those things. And there are many intersections there, When people talk about sustainability, they talk about having to dye or to color your fabrics with various fruits, So I don't know what you guys think. Can we talk about that outfit, Tsepo?
About that outfit, Tammy. Of course, Stephen Nomkosi, that was the premiere of Limpopo. So we're talking, one, the occasion, right? Secondly, we're talking texture. We're talking fit, like you said, Stephen. And then we will give out of 10. What were your thoughts?
I think it was a beautiful balance. Tammy was expecting color and vibrancy, but I think she brought it with her personality. So there's a beautiful, the juxtaposition, a vibrant personality, but a more classical fit. And the color I couldn't really see on.
It's like a greyish, charcoalish.
But I mean, I thought it was beautiful, very elegant, and I like the way she thinks, because the thing is, you feel as good. You feel as good as you look.
As you look, of course.
I like that message.
No, because you agree.
I agree. Okay, I must say though, she looks stunning for the event of the day, but she comes from Limpopo. I'm married to a Venda tribe, and the Venda tribe are very vibrant. I'm Mukwebo, so I'll represent her. I've got more than enough colors to, but her mind and the way that she thinks, it's so communal. It's build what we have, focus on what we have, let it thrive, and then it will just grow from there.
Let's talk makeup, accessories. Were you satisfied?
Like what I said, I was expecting more something that's more vibrant because of the nature of where she comes from. But for the business of the day, I would give her a 7.
Not a pass.
It's a pass.
It's a pass. Stephen?
I'm also on a 7.
Is it?
Beautifully polished. Like I said, I think the garment is beautifully made, beautifully fitted. And what I really liked is that she supported a local seamstress.
Yes.
It wasn't a well-known designer. And the thing is, it is like she said, how do you expect somebody to build a name if you do not support them first? And that was for me just beautiful. I think that elevated the outfit even more.
Yes. So that is a 7 out of 10 for the premiere of Limpopo in her beautiful garment for the SONA 2026. Now let's continue our discussion, especially around employment, but also let's talk about designers. Let's talk about how the very young designer who is sewing or has a little top shop of sorts in the back room or at her mother's house. How does she ensure that her work is recognized, and how does she grow into the industry? Does she go to school? Is it necessary? Let's talk about that. Stephen, let's start there.
Gosh, the private sector and fashion schools are probably going to hate me now. But my advice to fashion students, I'm always saying, go and study business first, and then fashion. I think if you've got a flair for fashion and a natural, you're naturally drawn to fashion, then I think the business side, to secure that first, you will just naturally grow into creating a fashion brand, because then you will understand where it starts. My first job was actually as an accessory designer in the leather sector, And I worked for the company, and the boss took us to the showroom. Now, I mean, you're bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, young designer, and you're thinking of fabulous, beautiful, locally crafted, exotic leather handbags. And you asked me, what is a good design? What is a good bag? And you're like thinking about hardware and detail.
Yes.
And he said, no, it's a sold bag. And I think that is the importance of the fashion industry, is you have to understand the business of it.
Yeah.
So if you've got the business acumen, I think you don't necessarily have to go and study it.
Yeah.
I think you will naturally grow into creating your own brand.
And Nomkosi, your advice for the young designers that want to find themselves one day having a Kosi, you know, a big brand that is recognized by all South Africans, right? How do they do that?
Discipline. Don't ever think that the person next to you can't do it. So don't ever think that you're irreplaceable. So when you walk into a room and you need to showcase your work, put the work in first. The bold and the beautiful will come later. All of this is just glitz and glam. There's a lot of work that goes in behind the scenes. So come into just focus on your work. Focus on making sure that you make it work. If you have to hunt down celebrities, influencers, hunt them down, give them something to wear. So I remember coming up, I didn't want to wear my brand. Because I thought I'm going to be getting high on my own supply. So I'd rather give it out to people to wear, and then I see from a distance how it's received. But it's just put in the work, be disciplined, and show up. Show up.
Now with that, Stephen, of course, then let's talk to, what does a thriving local fashion industry look like to you?
Gosh, I think thriving, meaning that I think you can, the chain is totally completed. I think we've got so many creatives in South Africa. I think in Africa, it is definitely a trend that it's focused, especially on creativity, in terms of African and South African creatives. We've got so many. But the thing is, we need to have a great supply chain. Fabric suppliers and manufacturing. I think that is the huge thing at the moment for a lot of designers, is that you can have your small team, but a lot of the tailors, the dressmakers, the pattern makers, they're almost dying out. It's because a lot of them the young people don't go and study the technical part of it. They all just want to be the bold and the beautiful designer.
Instagram, likes, that instant gratification.
They need to hone the skill, you know, like understand fabrics. And I think in terms of to complete that cycle, you do need to fulfill in all those gaps in terms of have great tailors, great seamstresses, that you can put up amazing production plants, that you can manufacture beautifully crafted garments, because I think that's what in South Africa we're lacking. We can create, and we are creative. But in terms of the manufacturing and the fabric supply, in terms of having the correct fabrics for certain styles, that is where I feel like we are lacking, and that will make us a very prosperous fashion industry if we can complete that cycle.
And Nomkosi, then in your instance, do you then think that it is necessary for collaboration, not just from government? I think a lot of the times we're always saying, government should, what other key players should be invested in ensuring that we have a thriving local design industry?
I'll give you a perfect example, and I'll make an example out of the brand Kosinkosi. So we have a collaboration or a partnership with African Bank. They sought out to find a South African designer that would design a capsule collection for their frontline staff, as well as manufacture it. So they reached out to 9 designers who all pitched for the job, and like what I say, discipline, showing up, making sure you run the extra mile. That is what we did. And we walked in there saying to ourselves, we've got this job. And if anyone can walk into an African Bank branch, they will see a locally designed and locally manufactured item. And that is how people are plowing back into the economy. So it's not just about saying, yeah, we're wearing local, but what are you doing on a larger scale and a bigger magnitude so that there's a ripple effect. And because of that, there's been other collaborations. You've got other banks that are also reaching out to local designers. So it's a ripple effect. It starts with us. The private sector and the government, they can do so much just to make sure that they keep this industry running and growing.
And with that, of course, Stephen, let's talk to then what policy interventions do you think are still necessary in the in our industry, especially when it comes to import and export. I mean, we've been talking about Shein, we've been talking about Timu, and I mean, I think most of us are really guilty of that at this point. What regulations or policies do you think should be installed to protect the local industry?
Gosh, I need to put on my business cap here.
Yes, please.
So, thank you. Look, I think there is already, they're slowly but surely making a movement towards importing and also taxing imports highly. But the thing is, we also need to understand that if we do not have the supply chain established, how do we get the right fabrics? How do we get the right finishes that we want to have done on certain garments? Because at the end of the day, yes, you want to supply the local market, but essentially we also do want the dollar and the pound to invest into our brands. And the thing is, they are used to a certain standard and caliber. So I think in terms of, we need to have a healthy balance. I think on raw materials or finishes to help designers is to see into that the taxes maybe are not so high, so that we can physically have certain trims and stuff made and imported. But I think also to take that money then and plow it into the local economy in terms of creating jobs, setting up manufacturing plants and developing people in the community so that they have a certain skill set. So I think it is just to have a healthy balance at the moment. I don't think we can just start taxing things excessively.
Of course.
Because at the end of the day, we still need those fabrics and trims to come in so that we can create our garments until our textile industry is up and running again.
And Nomkosi, then, should the creative economy receive the very same attention that, I'll say strategic attention, that industries such as agriculture, mining get? Is that where you're at?
Absolutely. I think that when there's a lot of attention that is brought in, it just magnifies our industry that much more. We have things like the mining in Durban was just happening now in Cape Town. And like what I said earlier, it's not just a t-shirt. Everything has fashion involved. And fashion is the quickest way that you can send out a message. So things like the mining in Durban, you can always put in a fashion element, always. Because even at the mines, what do they put on?
Some overalls.
It's still fashion.
Let's make it fashionable. Tommy has somebody on the red carpet, and let's see what they have on.
Proudly South African, asking our beautiful guests if they're wearing local. Mam Gwen Ramakhopa is here again. Last year we saw her looking absolutely gorgeous. Before we even say hello, can we look at your outfit? Can we turn around and look at your outfit? Give us a little twirl. A little twirl to the back. Yes, there we go. Beautiful color. Good evening.
Yes, thank you. Good evening to you too and to the viewers. And how are you?
We're doing absolutely amazing. Today we're getting married to South African local produced and designed outfits. Who are you wearing?
I'm wearing Caroline Fashions, which is a local fashion designer. She also runs a fashion school and she trains young people in her field. A woman who's very passionate about made local. So I'm very, I feel good that I'm wearing local, yes.
Look, so you often work with money. How important is it, or is fashion and the economy in this country?
Well, fashion is one of the biggest economies in our country. and it actually unlocks the artistic nature of South Africans. We are creatives. The creative industry is one of the biggest, and it's best to wear local South African and also export our local talent. Very important. And what I also like about our South African artists and also designers is that it's a range. You see, today I'm dressed the way I'm dressed. You know me, I always dressed in working clothing. They said no, for a change. Go and, dress like one of the glamorous people. And I said, I'm not a person of glamour. But I am also giving a message that we've got a lot of talent. South Africa is full of talent. Not only in arts, but in sports, in science and technology, in business, and so forth.
Thank you so much. You look absolutely stunning. And yes, it is true that we contribute a lot as the creative industry, but also the clothing, textile, leather, footwear industry. You look absolutely, even the jewelry, it looks absolutely, I'm seeing the pearls.
I also see the pearls on you. So we've matched today. We might as well get married.
Okay, so it seems that we're getting married again, and we've just done that. This is our perfect wedding. May you enjoy tonight and SONA tonight. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for joining us. That was Mam Gwen Ramakopa. She says we're rich in our diverse culture. And moving straight from Mam Gwen, we're with Babantu Polomisa talking about the economy, the clothing, textile, leather, footwear industry, how important it is to support local businesses and locally designed outfits. Are you wearing a locally designed outfit, Bab?
Secondly, I'm not wearing any local design or foreign design. I just go to a store and buy a nice suit. So if it is local, good for local industry. But if it is not for local industry, but receiver of revenue still gets my contribution. But let's talk about this thing of textile.
Yes.
We train kids, we send kids to school, and some of them have done fashion design courses. How I wish that when they go out of that, they completed their studies, they can access capital so that they can order, or the government order material for them and machines, and they start producing something. For instance, if you say, produce uniform for 10 schools in this municipality, and then shoes and so on. What is going to happen after she or she has finished designing or doing those materials? He is going to ask for what? Packaging.
Right.
Someone must bring card boxes.
Right.
Transport.
Yes.
That's another person.
Value
so it's a chain.
Yes, the value chain.
So direct your audience to the government to say, let us create a national fund to help the small businesses through using textile industry.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. You look absolutely gorgeous. Yes, and I agree with you. And on that note, we're talking about education and talking about how people can move literally from design and from buying local to manufacturing locally, and also talking about the value chain. You know, he touches on a very important part where, you know, it's not just about making shoes. It's shoelaces. It's a uniform that they wear. It's work uniform that people wear. So I think the stretch on its own and the opportunity is wide. When we talk about fashion in the textile industry, people often think it's just limited to how we look here, but it actually stretches itself far and beyond. You know, that was a very beautiful comment made by this. So the task and the request again is to challenge government and ensure that government is able to fund or to create a fund that helps the creative sector and the textile sector. Let's cross back to you guys and hear what your views are. It seems the color, I've been seeing a lot of blue, I'm seeing some silvers coming through, but it seems the color is blue tonight and it's looking absolutely gorgeous. Guys, what do you think? I'm giving you guys exactly 1 minute and you're coming back to me because I've got lots of guests. Okay.
It is 59 seconds. Let's go. So we're talking about the dress that Dr. Ramokgopa had, a gold outfit. Caroline Designs, she said. Stephen, what did you think?
I think it was well suited for me. She was, also I like the message behind it again.
Yeah.
Caroline Designs, local fashion designer, but also has a fashion design school that teaches people the craft, which I think is important. That you're not only creating stuff for clients, but you're also giving back to your community.
Yes.
So, I'm behind Caroline Designs.
Okay.
I also like the styling. The necklace was a beautiful finish.
Yes.
And I love the collar of the dress. Beautiful and regal.
I love the choice of the color combination. So I really feel like she really owned that outfit, and she's proud. She even knows the story around it. So that it makes it mean that much more to us as we're listening, because now it is truly proudly South African.
And out of 10?
I would also give her a 7.
Right. You guys are very generous. You know?
It's because it is proudly local.
Stephen?
I'll give her a 7.5.
You're not going to get charged. I'm just saying. You're allowed to be honest. Just saying. And then we had the Deputy Minister of Defense, Mr. Bantu Holomisa. Thoughts?
I honestly, I was a bit shocked.
Okay.
Because I think even if you buy something in a store, you need to know where your garment comes from.
Okay.
Where was it made? So I think that is, you need to be, you need to know that. That's for me very important. It doesn't matter if it was imported, but if you bought it at the store and you paid a certain price for it, you need to know the chain. And if it's ethically created, that is for me important. And I understand his story about the connection and the value chain that you need to create. I wasn't behind giving young designers the capital. I think young designers need to go and pay their school fees. Go and work for established designers, work in the industry to understand where you want to go and what you want to be known for. Instead of just giving them capital, first let them bursaries, yes, to go and study it, business and fashion, but they need to go and do apprenticeships. You need to learn how to make patterns and how to sew.
And Nomkosi, do you think there's room to sort of change the narrative around men? Men just walk into a shop, you buy a suit and that's it. They normally do not care about whether it's contoured or... Is there space for men to think outside of the box?
So we're very different. If he has a PA who is female, that is where she's supposed to step up. That is where she's supposed to say, nope, don't worry, sir, I'm going to source something for you.
And what if he's stubborn and he doesn't want to?
I don't believe so. and I'll tell you why. These gentlemen, they have so much to do and so much to think about than going into a store and buying a suit. So they have people that will do that for them on their behalf. So a man like him is supposed to be already, he doesn't even have to say or remember the where it's made. Of course it needs to be local, but at least say that it is a Limpopo designer or a Cape Townian designer. At least if we can have that kind of a detail, it will go so much further for the campaign that we're trying to push now. Because he is standing there in front of us, he's a leader, and he has to lead by example. Although it's got really great valid points, there are valid points. There are valid points that he made.
And there you have it. Our fashion police has given Dr. Ramokgopa a 7 out of 10, and Tate Bantu Holomisa disappointed them. Sorry. Let's see what Tabi has for us on the red carpet.
Thank you. So earlier on you had Speaker Masupa speaking to you guys in a different outfit. I met her earlier on when I was getting my makeup done. She's back looking different again, representing Gauteng. And we're here talking about proudly South African produced outfits. Who are you wearing?
David Tlale, a world-renowned South African fashion designer. I must confess I'm wearing this for the second time because
Beautiful, beautiful.
it's beautiful, the dress is beautiful, it's good, and it has stood the test of time. And unless I'm properly policed, I'll wear it again, but I need to go back to him and get something new.
That's amazing to be able to support, but you say it's a very important thing about recycling. A lot of people tend to waste outfits, they'll scream at us and say we're not being creative. You're wearing this proudly. How important is it to recycle?
Okay, talking about recycling, you can do it in two ways.
Yeah.
First, what I'm doing, wear it again, or if you want to use it once, you can give it to charities that support matric dancers, which I have done with some of the outfits that I have had over the years. So, but this one I love, so I will keep. So recycling, recycling in that sense means you are also empowering a young person from a family that may not have the wherewithal to buy a dress, but you're also making a young girl feel very important and, happy.
Why is it important to buy local?
Yeah, I hope the president speaks to that. We have our own industry, and you know that the creative industry is one of the industries that is in trillions, basically, of runs in its productivity. But it needs more support from government so that it grows and creates jobs for young people and everybody across the board. So I am a very strong supporter of it being funded and funded better.
Thank you very much. You're looking great again. You looked great earlier on. Enjoy tonight, and thank you for joining us. Thank you, Rinette. Do you want to pledge? Let's pledge. Let's pledge to always supporting. Let's pledge to always support by signing here. You're pledging.
Sign
my dress.
Oh, yeah.
Don't be shy. By signing here, you're pledging to always support local designers.
Always.
So I've actually just turned this beautiful wedding gown of mine into a pledge dress now. So now we're pledging, and we're going to have it framed. In fact, we might take it and put it on sale.
Oh, yes. It's funds for the industry, for young designers. I'm with you on that one.
Thank you very much. She's going to auction it. I know she often deals with money, and she's going to make sure that we find the right money.
Yes, I allow budget to come through the house and be passed. So I'll work with you on that one.
Release Mandela. She's going to release Mandela. She really does pass budgets, that legislature. And she speaks about the importance of just recycling and, passing on outfits and dresses to other organizations, but also maybe just restyle my style, I didn't have this idea until I didn't like, the shirt I was wearing, and then I cut it. So we're here now, and she looks gorgeous. Guys, what do you feel about her outfit and recycling?
There you have it, and now we're talking about recycling, but if you have noticed, I have another two people here in my fashion police. My panel has changed. I've upgraded these levels to this thing.
Oh, wow.
I am sitting here with Malondi and Craig, and they are part of our fashion police, and they will be judging you, the members and their esteemed guests. And the big question here is, are you wearing local?
Yes.
Now, Malondi, of course you saw the outfit, and the most important thing that the speaker said is recycling. And a lot of people have concerns about, well, I'm wearing this, it looks so grand and gorgeous. Where do I wear it again? Now, let's talk about that, the importance of recycling.
I think the first things first is to help people understand what is recycling and how can you recycle. Because sometimes people love the idea, and we are all about sustainable fashion now, but the issue is people still fail to understand what does that mean. So there's a lot of things that you can do. You can either pass it on, you can donate it, or you can just recycle it by using the same material and recreating it to something much nicer. So it's up to us as designers to teach our people what is it really to recycle and what is it really is sustainable fashion.
And Craig, your thoughts on her outfit? We're looking at the occasion. One, we're looking at contour, we're looking at fit, we're looking at makeup, we're looking at jewelry. What did you think?
Well, what I want to say firstly about sustainability, because I've always been an advocate about sustainability from when I started my brand in 2004. And I think it's really important for us to have these conversations. And I think it's also incredible, if you look internationally, I mean, Meghan Markle, Michelle Obama as well. They recycle outfits, and I think they opened up this idea that you can. There was this whole thing about you see people wearing dresses and ask them that only wear it once and then what happens to it. So I think it's incredible that the lady from the legislature is thinking consciously about this, because we don't want clothes to end up on a landfill, which is the worst thing, because today clothing has become, I think it's the second biggest cause of landfill.
Yes.
So absolutely any opportunity to recycle, upcycle, to renew, to invest in a tailor is really important. I loved the floral vivaciousness of what she was wearing. I didn't get to see the whole look.
Okay.
I couldn't say too much, but I mean green always is a perennial color. So
Alrighty. And out of 10, what do you give that, the outfit?
I'll say a 6.
A 6?
Yeah.
Okay.
I could lean with you on a look. I'll say no. Let me say 7 because she's recycling.
Yes.
Okay.
That's
I
also
see
good.
you. I have, this year my panel is very diplomatic. I must say.
We're just starting. Hey?
Now, of course, I just want to know, what are some of your expectations for tonight as well? What is it that you are expecting to see? And what is your no-go? Like, what if somebody just gets here and says, well, I'm in Gucci, what?
That will be very disappointing coming from a leader of the country. We're trying to build a country where we try to recreate again, or we manufacture. Our manufacturing industry is dying down. So if we come out and encourage you to buy local, manufacture local, and you come here and you're like, I'm in a Gucci, then that's really disappointing coming from a leader. So we're hoping that they heard the message and they saw the message, and they're definitely going to do that.
And the message is buy local. Let's see what Tammy has for us on the red carpet.
Okay, cool. So we're back here at SONA 2026, and with beautiful guests, Sinazo Masina and Mr. Mzondile Masina. They are not new to the carpet of Proudly South African. Are you wearing local? And who are you wearing? Good evening.
Good evening, Tammy. Yes, of course we're wearing local. I'm dressed by Ryan Keys, whom you know quite well. I don't know what else you want to know about him this year.
The inspiration?
The inspiration, really, we just sat together. We're looking at the different colors. We looked at the past Sonas and we said, let's do something different. But him being playful as always is like, well, every cloud has a silver lining, meaning that even in difficult situations, you're always bound to find something to be hopeful about.
Cool. So I've watched your transformation in terms of outfits, and I remember saying, honorable member, who are you wearing? And you said to me this year, you're going to shock me. Who are you dressed by?
Not today. I'm proudly South African. I'm very proud, and I think that I've heeded the call that I have to be consistent. I'm inspired by my wife, who always says that let's go local, darling.
Local is
that's what I'm at now.
Yep.
And the color?
Well, the world is green. The world is green. I was inspired by this color. Obviously, more biased because green has to do with the land of the country, and there's a little bit of gold, which has to do with our minerals, and you can see my shoes are black, which has to do with our people. So in the way, I'm wearing ANC colors, if you ask me in total.
Without going there, you spoke about minerals and you spoke about land and all those things. How important are they to the clothing, textile, leather, footwear industry?
Look, it's very important that we give back the land to our people to inspire them so that they can do more. As you know, that you cannot do agriculture outside of the land. So issues of the land are very critical. So that's why at all times in our speeches and everything we say and do, we should remember that we need to give back the land to our people.
Yeah, you look absolutely stunning, and thank you for inspiring this look. Can I get you to turn around so we can judge? Let's see. Okay, that looks lovely. Our fashion police, they are looking at that. Let's have a look at you. You can turn around, You can turn around. Happy Valentine's Day already. You inspired us. Listen, I've got my trail, and I would like you guys to make a pledge to always supporting local.
100%.
By signing this, you're pledging to always support locally produced outfits. I see there Deputy Minister Tandi's next. We're going to talk about like international relations. We're going to talk about fashion. The last time I saw her, I think she had long hair. Thank you, everyone. You guys must enjoy tonight. They look absolutely amazing. They've just pledged to always supporting local. We are now joined by the Deputy Minister of International Relations. Hello, darling.
Hi, dear. How are you? And hi to your viewers.
Thank you so much. Welcome to SONA 2026, proudly South African. I'd like to ask you, who are you dressed by?
I'm dressed by Mimi, the local designer here in Cape Town. Even the hair and the makeup is done by her.
Absolutely. How important is it to support local?
Remember, if we don't support this young talent, especially the creative industry sector, we won't be able to grow the much needed jobs. So this is the sector that can easily grow our economy by supporting the textile industry. The creativity of our youth needs to be embraced by us as their leaders.
And as a leader who always sees these creative people and in the sector, taking them all over the world, what is missing, and what more can we do to export and to take more of our local designers abroad?
I think to our local designers and the creative industry sector needs to take advantage of our free continental trade area that is there in the continent for us to trade amongst each other as countries of the global south, and also leveraging on the successes of our G20 presidency, because we have built a lot in terms of community engagement. How do we then create awareness of the role of multilateralism in the space of that group of 20? And we ought to really encourage our people to start to pay attention to what is happening globally, because South Africa exists within the entire global community. So we really need to utilize every forum, whether it's BRICS Plus, whether it's SADC, whether it's AU, for us to advance our national interest as a country.
Well, you've got that beautiful job and you are able to take them all over the world. Can you show us your outfit? Turn around. Let's see. I love that pink. Oh, look at the trail. She's looking gorgeous. Dressed by Mimi up in Cape Town, and them hair and makeup. Thank you so much. Enjoy tonight.
I was inspired by your trail.
You know what? My trail says you must pledge. Okay? So I need you to pledge to always supporting local.
Oh, this is beautiful. So should I put
You can sign anywhere. There we go.
$1 million signature?
That's $1 million signature. Traveling all over the world. And you're taking all of us.
I'm taking all of you to the international space.
We're going all international, all thanks to the Deputy Minister of International Relations. She's looking absolutely gorgeous and tall, and the hair so bouncy and fabulous. You know? Oh, I cannot believe she... I always was like trying to look up, you know? Guys, what do you think of that outfit? You know, she talks about like taking all designers internationally, the free trade, you know? Let's discuss that.
Well, of course, those are some of the important aspects when it comes to fashion design, right? It's not just the glitz and the glam. I think, but first, before we get into that, let's talk about the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Trade, Industry and Competition, Mr. Mzandile Masina, and his wife, Snazo. What are your thoughts?
I think the wife looks absolutely beautiful. I think she's intentional. I love ladies who are intentional about their looks. She took her time, she sat down with the designer, and she wanted to be beautiful. So that's recommendable.
Yeah. And for you, Craig?
Well, what I want to say is, the thing about the SONA red carpet is women always make an effort.
Yes, right.
I need to acknowledge them. I think there's only one person amongst the male ministers or members of parliament who I always look up to, and I think he makes an effort, is Mandla Mandela.
Yes,
they always wear
they match,
outfits, and he's intentional. And he does that with what a lot of the men, they're in the shadow of their wives and their partners. And I love that Messina has this year made an effort to be local.
Because last year he
start, but we're not there yet, because I was thinking about this when I was asked to be on the panel, and I thought, like, yes, I wear local in terms of my suits, but what about my shirt? What about my socks? What about my shoes? And I can promise you, having looked at his outfits, that I don't think the shoes, for instance, are local. And we've got an incredible clothing, footwear industry. And the industry has been harmed a lot through imports, and we need to support them. We used to have so many different incredible footwear manufacturers in South Africa, and they're all gone now. And we need the ministers and we need people in Parliament to start wearing local head to toe.
Yes. Out of 10?
Oh, I'll give that lady a 9.5.
Because you're a glamour girl. That's
why. You know what? She was, even her skin is flawless. You know, she took time and you know, someone who puts an effort to be in front of us.
Then you can see it.
Definitely, yes. So I'll give her that.
Okay.
I'll give the husband a 5.
And the husband will get a 5. Look, he wore local.
The husband will get a 5.
So I think I would give him 6 for the suit, right? And -1 for not head to toe local. Look, I agree that Nazo looked absolutely incredibly glamorous, but is it fitting for the occasion? I think if it was the Oscars, if it was a red carpet, appropriate. But when it comes to a ceremony that is part of nation building, I think that we need to dress for the occasion. And I think that it was beautiful and glam, but not necessarily appropriate for a SONA. So I think I would say probably a 7.
Ladies and gentlemen, this panel is meaner than the one that I had.
No,
I just wanted to report that because people are watching.
We didn't speak about Tandy's outfit,
yes,
by the way.
we are. So of course, when we had the Deputy Minister of International Relations, she was in a hot pink.
I know.
What did you think, Craig?
Must I really say what I wanted to think?
Yes.
It was, who was the designer? It was
Mimi.
She said it's Mimi.
I love that Mimi did something from the hair to the makeup as well.
Yes.
But again, I'm like protocol. So a few years ago, I had to make dresses for a couple of first ladies. And you get taught in terms of protocol about what you're supposed to wear and not appropriate. And the one thing is you kind of cover your arms. You know, so I think that the outfit was a great starting point. I like that there was the level of volume in the skirt, but I think it would have been finished off if there was a jacket or something put over it. Because that strappy spaghetti strap, I thought it was, sorry. I mean, I love that she made an effort. It's fantastic. But, you know, it's not, we're not going to Bungalow and Camp Space.
And Melinda, do you agree?
I agree with Craig. You know, it's a beautiful dress, but definitely not for this occasion. You know, we were looking for elegance. We're looking for something that says, I am a leader of a country. You know, there's specific looks when you look at the likes of Michelle Obama when she's out, Melanie Trump, you know, those elegant looks that say, I am the leader of the country.
We don't even have to go that far. I'm sorry. Is Mrs. Mbeki, for me, dressed like a first lady?
Yes.
It was style, and it was...
This panel is very difficult. I think let's go to Tammy and see what's going on the red carpet. Tammy, save me.
God, look, another human who's not a stranger, the Deputy Minister, Ms. Pinky Kekana. Before we even start welcoming her, I want us to have a look at her outfit, guys. If you could turn around first, let's have a look at your outfit. Have a look at that. Oh yes, oh yes, oh yes. No stranger to our red carpet. Welcome to SONA 2026. Who are you wearing?
BGS always. She can't disappoint you. She's local. Her workmanship, very, very good. And you know, as always, stunning. And I can't even, means my words.
Your love for fashion?
Yes, you are my inspiration. You are actually my influencer. You and Mpho, my personal friend. You are my influencer when it comes to Ugutoga. Must look nice. Yes. And you always, even on my casual times when I meet you informally, you always say, Sis P, please man, don't drop the ball. And I always make sure. Even when I saw you walking in the morning, and I said, that's my influencer. Thank you so much.
Look, you always speak to young people, and you speak about the creative sector and the textile sector. How important is it to support local?
Yeah. No, it is very important. And that's why, whether makeup artist, it's a lady from Ekurhuleni, Buitumelo, young woman, that I always support. Through and through. Even when I have occasions in Gauteng, I do my makeup with her. And I want to say to young people, there's a lot that they can benefit out of textile, out of, making us look as better and beautiful. And I think they have what it takes.
We all have what it takes. You have what it takes.
Thank you so much.
You look gorgeous. May you enjoy tonight.
Thank you.
Oh, have a look at the colors. Are absolutely stunning. Did you guys get that? Thank you. Enjoy tonight.
Yes.
And we're actually not even stopping. We're moving right along. And we welcome the Deputy Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture. Listen, guys, it's just gotten so hectic here on the red carpet. Welcome. Another human who's not a stranger to the proudly South African red carpet. Who are you wearing? Interesting outfit.
Very interesting. It's an infusion of different cultures. Xhosa, Sesotho, and a bit of Asian, proudly made by local women. My seamstress, she's in Johannesburg. I'll remember her name now because she's new. But it is time for us to bring local talent out. You see women are looking quite very beautiful. They're all, I'm sure 90% of them, they're wearing locally made clothes. Look, this is the only time when Faith, my designer, can just hear her name being called on national TV. So we encourage more women to wear locally made clothes, especially members of parliament, because of it can only be this day that their brands can be marketed.
Absolutely, you look stunning. Can you turn around and show us your outfit? A fusion of multiple cultures, Xhosa, a bit of some Sesotho, the detailing in there. I see some tassels. This looks absolutely beautiful. Thank you so much, Deputy Minister Peace Mabe. Fashion, youth, and your commitment.
As always, Tammy, we are now advocating for budgets that are going to be biased towards designers. We have never done that as South Africa. So we've looked at our documents for the past 30 years. We've never been intentional in promoting talent, especially when it comes to designing.
You look absolutely stunning. I'm going to see you later, but you must enjoy the SONA. I'm looking forward to hearing your contributions and how the President is going to speak to the issue of the dedicated and the intentional Mandela Release
Mandela campaign.
Thank you very much. And we keep it moving. We keep it moving. We welcome the Deputy Minister of Human Settlements. Again, another one who's not new to the red carpet. You look absolutely stunning. Good evening.
Good evening, Tammy, and thank you very much for having me.
Who are you wearing?
I am wearing a brilliant young designer from Cape Town, but based in the province of Gauteng. His name is Mzuki Simbane of Imprint. Gorgeous, talented young man.
Inspiration behind the outfit?
The outfit is so me. Yeah. You know, the writing says forever winner, future me and all. So the brilliant idea of personalizing the outfit to the person that will be wearing it, for me it fascinated me. And the message that is on the garments and how the garments were made, one would ask, how did this young man come out with such a brilliant idea? So yes.
I mean, this is fashion with purpose. I can see that there's a lot being said here about, I see HIV/AIDS signs. I did it for me, for a lifetime of me. Know your status and use a condom. This is fashion and conscious fashion.
It's conscious fashion with a message for young people, because we are a country that is dealing with the HIV and AIDS pandemic, and our government has been key in ensuring that our people are cured during this time. And you would know the rollout of the medicines that are assisting. And it also tells young people the importance of safe and sexual protection and the use of condom, because it tells you that use a condom. So I am carrying a message for young people all the way from Imprint by Mizuki Simbani. And yeah.
You look absolutely stunning, and thank you for joining us. This is honestly like a beautiful garment that has got absolutely lovely message to it. She's not saying we shouldn't have sex. She's just saying we should use a condom.
Be safe. It's important. Yes.
Okay, well, we're not going to have a very sexual conversation, but you look absolutely stunning. I'm going to throw it back to the studio for our people to actually have a talk about these garments. These arms look absolutely stunning. The texture of the outfit is absolutely stunning. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you. I am now going to pull, the pearls, sorry. The pearls are doing their thing. The pearls are doing their thing. The pearls are doing their thing. Good evening. Oh my God, can we have a look at this outfit? Please, can you turn around for us? Oh, gorgeous. Gorgeous. Look at that detailing. Oh, welcome to SONA 2026.
Thank you very much.
Who are you wearing?
I'm wearing Siposihle Masango, and the company is Masango, and he's from Soshanguve in Pretoria, a young man who's a designer. And because he's in Ndebele, he believes in beading 99.0% of his garments. And he was just telling me that as Africans, we need to go back to beading, and that beading should become part of the economy. And African crafts should come back to the fore, and that we should take AI and also mix it with African crafts. So we came up with this beautiful outfit. As you can see, they also created pockets out of it, and it's 3 young girls who took 3 days to beat the whole outfit.
3 young girls who took 3 days. I mean, guys, can you just have a look at the detail in the hands and where they go? Look at that. How do you feel with your hands in there?
I feel gorgeous because this is my handbag and my pockets. I'm not carrying anything, and I feel very gorgeous in this year because they just outdone themselves in my expectation on what they said they are going to do. So I love it.
You look absolutely stunning. Enjoy tonight. Oh, she looks... Did you guys see all that beaded work there? Oh my goodness. Oh, it just... The beads are doing the thing.
The beads are doing the thing. It's the beading. It's the beading. It's a beading SONA.
Oh, Deputy Minister Nangaiba in the President's Mhlaulu, you look absolutely gorgeous.
Thank you so much.
Tell us who you're dressed by.
Vuyongona of Inami Classics, a young black woman who's a designer, using her for the first time. Very happy with the craftsmanship.
What inspired it?
At the moment, we're very big on the traditional look, modern African traditional look, but most importantly, just celebrating our cultures, the rich African cultures. Cowrie shells, very African as well. So we thought, let's do that today.
As a young minister in the presidency, advocating for a lot of inclusion, but also the economy, right? The textile industry as a whole, what can we do to support and to improve on it?
First and foremost, support young, black, up-and-coming designers. I'm very big on particularly women. Every one outfit that you make with them, they're able to support their SMMEs. Most of them are small businesses, but also most important, the exposure that they get on platforms such as these. But more than anything, we're at a point whereby the fashion industry in South Africa has been taken over by Shein. You know, when we have such talent, and we need to actually, as government, think about how we're going to ensure that industries such as Shein or all the other, you know, online buying platforms do not actually, you know, get our young black designers and fashion makers out of business.
I want you to turn around first so we can see the beautiful outfit. Yes. You know how many hours it took to make this?
I have no idea, but I know that our first consultation was 10 days ago. So she did this in 10 days. Yeah. So I don't know.
The hat? Oh my God. Look at the hat. Oh.
Thank you.
This is absolutely gorgeous. What are you looking forward to tonight?
Tonight, I think more than anything, I think for me, young people want to know what government is going to do about their plight. Yesterday, we released the numbers for the Presidential Youth Employment Intervention, which is our third quarter report, which actually gives an indication that we've actually done fairly well in terms of giving young people, you know, opportunities, earning opportunities, skills development opportunities. But more than that, so for me, it's a message, it's a year that young people want to know what is government going to do for them this year. Of course, the economy is growing. We want to know what we're going to do in that regard as well. But of course, there are issues that are quite contentious. You know, there's the issue around education. You know, a lot of young people sitting at home, not knowing what's going to happen. What's the plan to ensure that we expand the higher education sector? What's the plan to ensure, you know, that young people are not sitting at home, not in education, not in employment, and actually, you know, active members of the economy?
I want to tag along with you as you do that change. But before you go, I'd like you to pledge to supporting and always buying local. So, yes, so now, you know what I mean? So, by signing this, you're pledging.
Okay.
This is our perfect wedding.
I am pledging to always buy and use local designers. Support local, it's very important. Buy local, wear local, design local, eat local, everything local.
Danko.
Thank you.
Be proudly South African. Thank you very much. That's Deputy Minister and the Presidency, Ms. Ngaba. And my dear friend, he's running to me for the first time. This is our head boy. This is Minister of Electricity. I'm fine, and you look absolutely stunning. You know,
you maintain the standards, Mfana.
You think so?
Look, I know. You know.
So
this is the dish I know.
We're talking proudly South African.
Proudly South African.
Who are you dressed by?
Peter Magi.
Yes.
Yeah, every year.
Okay.
For the past 10 years or so, even when I was the mayor. So this is my man. And it's growing leaps and bounds. Exceptionally talented. All that is required for us to provide the necessary support, and they will showcase their talent. Very grateful, and I know that a number of ministers are supporting him. So there's many others that ought to be supported, and we will support them.
Okay, what more can we do for that industry, the clothing, textile, leather, footwear industry?
Well,
beyond providing electricity.
No. I think the heightens levels of consciousness amongst our people. What it means to grow a local economy, and that the talent next door is as good as the talent abroad. All that they need is a necessary support. Of course, government must put the necessary resources, inject these businesses, because after all, you also need capital, you know, to get people going. But you must continue to grow the demand, and then they'll do the supply. They are the ones who, once they get more and more orders, they'll order more seamstresses, whatever you call them, and then create jobs. So government needs to use policy instruments to enable businesses to thrive. We have to believe in our own. I think it's important, and I think it starts at the top, and this is what we've been doing, but it's not enough. I think it's important that we must continue to support them.
Absolutely.
Yes,
you look absolutely stunning.
Thank you.
Let's have a look at your outfit. You know, men take an effort lately. They dress up in suits and they look starched. Yes, there we go. But look, there we go. Looking quite lean. Enjoy SONA tonight. But I would like him to pledge as well. So you're gonna sign my dress. This is our perfect wedding. You're gonna pledge to support local.
Okay. So this is a confirmation that going forward we'll accelerate the support for local and also encouraging others to do the same. This is how we're going to grow the South African economy, bit by bit. Whatever the contribution, it matters a lot. Create one job, two jobs, before you know it, we're at 50,000 jobs. So this is the route. Thanks, Tammy.
Thank you. Enjoy tonight, yeah? The lights are on today. The lights are on. Okay, I always get excited every time we come to the red carpet. Welcome to SONA 2026. We're talking proudly South African. Mam Nomvola, you look absolutely stunning. Good evening.
Good evening and thank you very much. This is a product of Chamdo in Kagiso. 7 young women guided by a designer in downtown Maboneng. This is me.
What inspired it?
Being calm and collected, putting everything around my body and the shape of my body.
Talk about the shape of your body. Can you quickly turn around and ooh, yes, she's looking gorgeous. How you know, earlier on we spoke about like the amount of pearls that were on another dress. There are a lot of pearls here. Do you know how much time it took to make this outfit?
They started working on it from the 9th of December. And I've only did 3 fittings. And I was not happy with the tasks yet. And they had to go back and put these ones almost a week ago.
How much do you think this outfit weighs?
When I went through Lanseria Airport carrying this this outfit, they said I need to weigh it, and it was almost about 5.2 kgs.
Oh my goodness, 5.2 kgs in one outfit. You are carrying a lot, ma'am. You look absolutely stunning. The importance of supporting local.
It's quite important because you create jobs. Where I bought the material, you've got local Kagiso people being employed there. Then you have the young women who designed and worked together with an established designer. All in all, with all that I am wearing, I created 11 job opportunities.
Amazing. Round of applause to 11 job employment and opportunities created. Please can you sign a pledge for us to always support local? She said she wasn't initially happy. The outfit was started on the 9th of December. Today is the 12th of February. So it tells you that people are dedicated to ensuring that this is perfection and the craftsmanship is absolutely amazing. You look absolutely gorgeous. What are you looking forward to tonight?
Fixing local government and making sure that we've got inclusive growth that will create jobs for South Africans, including the small, medium enterprises.
And the guys? I'm joking.
You know you have been part of me. In anything I pursue, you are never left behind. Any child is my child. The right to exist and your freedom of choice must be respected.
Thank you very much. Enjoy tonight. We're going to go to the fashion police, but before we go, let's quickly talk education, right? You were here last year. We're talking about like fashion. You look stunning. Let me have a look at your outfit. That is the Minister of Basic Education. This is stunning. Who are you dressed by?
House of Ole. Really, what I wanted to go for was really like a corporate look. We're here to work. This is a work day for me, but also supporting local. Remember last year I was dressed by also a local designer. I am finding that local designers in South Africa are killing it. They are killing it. Honestly, the craftsmanship in some of this work, we're not doing South African designers a favor when we are going with their work. We are doing them justice. And so long may we continue to really support them.
What inspired the colors?
So he's the one actually who came up with the create. I said I wanted something simple and black, and he said no, he wanted something textured and to be able to have that corporate look that I wanted, which is not ballroomy. And I'm really happy with it.
You look absolutely gorgeous. I've got a gown. Mine is very ballroomy, but I'm also taking pledges from people to support local all the time. I want us to teach our kids from a very early age about supporting local.
Yes.
What are you doing about that?
I want us to tell children that actually in South Africa we've got lots of talent. I mean, from young people who are creating things, and I really want us to change the mindset that somehow we are stepping down or we are lessening the standard when we are looking and buying local. So from a young age, children must know that South Africa is full of talent and they must embrace it. So I'm happy to pledge.
Yes, please. I think it's also very important for us to discuss the fact that from very, very early age, these kids need to be taught how to support local in school. So thank you so much for your commitment, and you look absolutely, absolutely gorgeous. Enjoy tonight. Guys, I've been like running my mouth. They've been looking so gorgeous. You've got so much to discuss. I'm not even going to keep you. Let's go back to studio.
Where do we start?
We do have a lot to talk about. We really do have a lot to talk about.
What was the first
and I think let's do just briefly, right? We'll just run through.
Well,
briefly.
I just want to say one thing.
Okay.
So, I want to say one thing about a lot of things, but one thing about Mama Action. Mama Action has been consistently supporting local design for a long time.
That is
She
true.
makes an effort. She knows all the designers. She contacts us. She engages with us. She embraces and loves fashion. And I think that we need more of her. And I love the way with the beads and everything. I mean, it was thoughtful. You know, she worked with this co-op of people, young woman from. She planned the outfit from December last year. She made an effort in it, and she looks beautiful. And it's fitting for the occasion, so I absolutely love that. I love that there's a lot of beads going around. I wasn't crazy about the Sihle.
Let's go here. Yes. Out of 10 for Mama Numbul.
Oh, I think I would probably go 8.
Okay. Okay. And for you, Melondi?
Yeah, I'll go the same.
Is it just
for me, it's mostly the intention. Like I love clients who are intentional about the look. She planned it, and it looks so beautiful on her.
And she respects the designers as well. I mean, if you've ever worked with her, she takes cue from you, and she appreciates the craft you do.
Let's talk about the Minister of Basic Education, then Minister Kwarube. Of course, she did say that she doesn't want anything boring. She's coming to work. What are your thoughts, Melondi?
You know what? I love the texture. I know Ole, his textures are always beautiful. I'm not sure if the occasion is really for
if
what she chose.
If the dress is for the occasion.
Yes, because it's still the state, you know, it's the states of the nation's address. You know, let's put on more effort. We're not saying wear a ballroom dress, but you know, let's try and make it nice. It's like our Durban July. It's like their Durban July of some sort. So I think she could have put in more effort, but when it comes to the texture and the craftsmanship, beautiful. I think Ole did a great job there.
Out of 10?
I'll give her a 6.5.
Okay. And Craig, your
We
thoughts?
are aligned. Look, I think that I know there was an intentional thought around it in terms of saying that I'm going to work. And I think the Minister for Basic Education has been quite clear in terms of how she's treating her portfolio. But I'm like, have a little bit of fun with corporate. I mean, I make a lot of corporate outfits all the time, and you can have a little bit of, it is pomp and ceremony. Yes, I was saying don't dress like over the top. But dress a little bit more than what you're going to do wearing, going to the office. And Ole, yes, absolutely, the craftsman look. If you're going to go for tailoring, you go to House of Ole. I mean, he understands implicitly in terms of how things need to be done. But it's not, it just, for me, it didn't work. I would even go lower. You said, what did you say?
6.
6. I think 6 might be a little bit too kind. Maybe a 5.
Okay. Now, talking about not being too modest, but also not being over the top. Let's talk about that outfit with the beadings, the pearls, and yes, I found that very interesting.
I'm going to wait for Londeka to say something before I say
you know
what
what?
Your thoughts about that?
First things first, I just didn't like that material. I saw
it was
a
the
mermaid.
shiny. Oh, okay.
Do you see how mermaids look on TV?
Yes.
Yeah, that material.
It's shiny.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think though the craftsmanship was beautiful. You know, it shows how talented Sihle is. When it comes to that, well done. They really did it so well. I'm just not sure about how it came together.
How it came together. Okay. Out of 10?
Ish. Can you give the number?
Okay, I'm going to do this, right? So firstly, where's the camera? Which camera am I looking at? Because firstly, Sihle, we absolutely love you. Sihle, you do red carpet like no one else can.
Beadwork is always amazing.
Yes. But no, not this time.
Okay.
This for me look like, and you know, I know online they're probably going to be loving it. It's going to meme, you know, you can just see it's going to go viral, and they're going to say it. But She looked like she was about to go. She was a spaceship about to go out of space.
It was so costumey.
Yeah.
You know, like we're acting in
and the hands in the pocket things that were there was like that killed it for me.
Out of 10.
Okay.
Out of 10.
I'll go first.
I said go.
Okay. You told me to go first.
Yes.
And I'm like, see Claire, it's not personal. 3.
Oh, 2.
Yeah, a 3 and a 2 for some of the outfits that we've seen on the red carpet.
Oh,
Tammy, save me.
Look, talking about the outfits that are on the carpet right now, I've just bumped into another beautiful one. I just keep identifying pearls everywhere I go. Good evening.
Good evening to you too.
Welcome to Proudly South African. Are you wearing local and the local fashion police? SONA 2026. We're talking local designers. Who are you wearing?
Of course, I'm the ambassador for buying local.
Yeah.
Because I'm the Minister of Employment and Labour. So there can be no jobs if we don't buy local. So all the time, I make sure I support my local designers. So my designer is House of Ole in Johannesburg.
Can we talk about the bag?
The bag is from a township in Gqeberha. G is the designer. So I supported him. He's a young, coming up designer who is in a township back in the Eastern Cape, which is my home.
I love that. Can we talk about them shoes?
That is that shoe lady. That one is that shoe lady. Just a shop here in Cape Town. For sure, it's not a local one, but I support it because I buy that shoe lady shoes almost every time.
Look, a lot of people talk about, like, you know, the textile industry not being properly professionalized, and there are a lot of labor issues around it. What can we do to ensure that we are supporting a lot of our, you know, creative industry and the textile industry, because they work many long hours and it's one of the most underpaid industry.
I am happy that the Minister of Trade, Industry and Competition has announced that they've got a special focus on textile industry. As we know, all know that manufacturing has decreased in terms of performance, economic growth and contribution of that sector, including agriculture, is one of the areas that we are looking at. And I was happy when I was with the minister who said to us, special focus area for DTIC now is to ensure that we support the manufacturers, textile industry in particular, because it was once big. It is also big in terms of job creation. So we're looking forward to that. Working with the Department of Trade and Industry and Competition, we'll make sure that we go to our people. Actually, want to work with Proudly South African, Productivity South Africa, which is our entity, to ensure that by October we scale up the campaign to say buy local. If we don't do that, we end up shedding jobs.
Do you know what I'm doing next? I'm calling you.
That's good.
So that we can do that collaboration thing.
That's good.
That these individuals know how to support themselves. But as you say, you are excited about it. Are you willing to make a pledge and sign to supporting all local designers?
Yes, of course. Of course.
I'll hold it for you.
Okay.
You can put it on your bag.
I can pull hard.
There we go.
Pull hard.
So there's a beautiful collaboration coming up with the Department of Trade and Industry, Labour, and talking about just being able to see how they can put extra effort in the textile industry. Thank you so much. We're counting
Count
you
us in.
We're already in.
Okay.
We're with you.
Okay.
And you look absolutely gorgeous.
Thank you so much.
This is a perfect wedding, ne? Can we agree that this is our perfect wedding?
Yeah, I guess.
Is it our perfect wedding?
Yes.
Perfect wedding. There we go. We just got married. Enjoy the evening. Guys, the outfits here are insane. The outfits here are absolutely insane. You know, last year when we were talking about like the Labour Department and we were talking about trade and industry, in fact, I think I saw Minister Pakstau walking in earlier. I'd like to pick up on that conversation because, you know, there's so many intersections there that have to deal with a lot of the clothing, textile, leather, footwear industry. And talking about intersections, I'm seeing Auntie Pat here, the Minister of Tourism, who's spoke to us literally wearing African-inspired outfits. They're wearing South African-produced outfits, locally produced outfits, which talk to how important it is for us to support that sector and that economy. Guys in the studio, I don't know how you guys have just been feeling about, the looks, the colors, I see a lot of pearls. I've been identifying a lot of pearls, right? But also a lot of textures in fabric. Auntie Pat, how are you?
What is this, a white wedding?
This is a wedding between us. This is a wedding between us. Welcome. It is a wedding between us. You know what? I'm waiting for you to
put that ring on.
No, I'm okay. Put the ring on. There we go.
No, but you must put it in and while you.
Okay, all right. That's the ring. Getting married to 2026, SONA 2026. I just got married.
White wedding.
And we're basically saying that in South Africa is the safest and the most beautiful country where people can get.
In the world, say that.
The world.
Yes.
From hosting those beautiful G20 summit.
Exactly.
To you walking the company.
And in 2027, we're actually also hosting the World Economic Forum of Davos here in our country.
Let's talk fashion.
Yes.
And tourism.
Yes. Now, you know what? The inspiration is by my designer, Sandy Masabuko.
Yeah.
She knows what I like. She knows what I don't like. I just like plain, simple, elegance. And she always comes up with something that I like. Sandy Masabuko.
Tourism. Let's talk about that. Yes. Supporting and buying local. How important?
Of course, we must always. We can compete with the rest of the world. You look at on all of these. What do they call them? The fashion runways. South Africans are there.
Yeah.
We can compete with anybody in the world. Okay, there's the boss coming now. Thank you.
Sister Boss, what are you hoping we can do better for young people and the textile industry? And what does collaboration look like from a point of just tourism?
You see what, we had such a roaring textile industry. But then the world opened up. And then you get like these online stores and cheap imports and all of that. And so my solution, I think, is that we have to beat them at their own game. We need to start that kind of industry here so that we also put South African things out. But we have to compete. But for now, I think it's unfair that, all those skills is lost. All the experience is lost. And we must do more. Local is lekker and local is the best.
Local is absolutely lekker. Do you want to pledge to doing more for our designers? I'd like you to sign. We didn't divorce. You're getting married again to committing yourself to always supporting local and buying local.
I will always buy local. Look at what the people that you've married already.
Yeah, I've married a lot of people. You know why? Because we must actually take this beautiful wedding dress of ours on a tour. We must go on a beautiful route that allows us to be able to talk out more and more of our fashion. That was Auntie Pat, who's wearing a fabric sense. Thank you so much for loving my dress. Thank you. Guys, I want you guys to talk about the looks, okay? And then I'll be back in a sec.
I love Aunt Patsy.
Of course, Tommy is having so much fun on the red carpet, and we've seen quite a few other outfits there on this beautiful red carpet as we await the SONA 2026. Now, as you're listening outside, there's music, there's a flurry of things that are going on out there, and processions are going to start just shortly. Now, before that, we have some judging to do. Of course, how do you judge Auntie Pat? I mean, she's so
cute.
Let's talk about the fact that she always wears local. All her blazers are local.
Always, and she's always, I mean, when I've interviewed her on that SONA red carpet back when it was in Parliament, she was always wearing Sandy Mazibuko. I don't know who Sandy Mazibuko is.
It's Fabricens.
It's not Fabricens.
It is.
Is it Fabricens?
Fabricens is Sandy Mazibuko.
Okay.
Because she's always mentioned, but she's never said House of...
I think she forgets the name of the brand,
Okay. But she's been consistent in terms of supporting local designers. Look, it is a little bit dowdy, should I say, but I mean, she's wearing, in her age group, what she enjoys, and we need to appreciate her for doing that, because I think that also like fashion and making an effort is not in a certain type of category or person. Everyone should do it. So yes, okay for Auntie Patty.
Alrighty. Now let's talk about the Minister of Employment and Labour. She had the white pearls, the blazer with the pearls. How did you find that?
I think it was well made. I'll say this again, Ole and craftsmanship, they always go well together. He is really good on that. So I love that she, you know, we've seen people, but they're carrying international bags. But when it comes to her, she even made an effort of having a local bag, wearing local shoes. You know, that's how far we need to go.
Absolutely.
So as designers as well, we need to have that offering so that they always choose us. You know, right now we're saying, oh, but you're carrying an international bag. We need to go there. We need to expand on our offering, have bags, have shoes, have earrings, so that we are able to say, so that our clients are able to say, I'm wearing local from head to toe.
And of course, that is Malondi and Craig. And earlier I had Stephen and Nomkosi, and they were part of this year's SONA 2026 Fashion Police, where we policed the members of Parliament and their guests, asking the question, are you wearing local? And of course, this was a proud partnership with Proudly SA, and hopefully you get the message as to why we do this, because ultimately we're talking jobs, we're talking industries that are kept open, and ensuring that even that factory cleaner gets to keep their job. Now let's go on to the processions as we await the State of the Nation address that is to be delivered by President Cyril Ramaphosa at 7.
We wait the arrival of the Deputy President, who will also be then ushered into the House. And after him, it's expected that the President will also follow. And the Imbongi, as the President walks in, will also do praise singing in Khoisan. And in Parliament, every year, a different language is chosen on rotational basis on the language that will be used for praise singing. And this year, it is the Khoisan. And the Ria, who is from Northern Cape, is the one who will be delivering the praise singing. As you can see, then Mrs. Mashatile and the Deputy President coming out of their car and being ushered, walking down the red carpet and walking towards the City Hall, the entrance of the City Hall, to be seated, being greeted by the Deputy Speaker and the Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces.
And of course, this is how tradition is. And of course, after this, after the Deputy Speaker, Dr. Anneli Lotriet, and the Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Mr. Les Govender, have led the Deputy President of the Republic, Mr. Paul Mashatile, into the chamber. We await the President of the Republic of South Africa, Mr. Ramaphosa.
And it's important that the procession proceeds to the chamber along the red carpet, that to just talk to the order. You can see in front is the Secretary to the National Assembly, Mr. Kaso, and then behind him is the Deputy Speaker and the Deputy President, and right behind them is the Deputy Chairperson and the spouse of the Deputy President, Mr. Paul Mashatile.
And of course, as you can see, after they have been led in, the band is about to resume as we await the President of the Republic of South Africa, Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa, to deliver the State of the Nation address for 2026.
Of course, that is South African Navy band. That's been entertaining us. You can see them there in that corner, all dressed in white. We all know the colors of the Navy. And during the event, the band also joined other military units, including the Military Guard of Honor, in showcasing national pride and tradition, and safe to say that the band was established in 1954 and is a premier band in the South African National Defence Force, known for its exceptional talent and experience.
The Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, the Deputy Chairperson of the...
That is the usher of the Black Rod there announcing the arrival of the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly and the Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces as they enter the chamber in the City Hall.
All right, and what we can expect now is to see the Speaker of the National Assembly as well as the National Council of Provinces being conducted from their holding room by the same protocolizing officer, Mr. Mandel, to receive the President of the Republic of South Africa, and the Secretary of Parliament will also be in attendance.
And of course, like I said, the band is playing as we await the long-awaited arrival of the President of the Republic, Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa, to deliver his State of the Nation address for the 2026 year. And this year he will be outlining some of the priorities that will set the tone for the year ahead.
And of course, the military band and the ceremonial guard at SONA are typically comprise members of the South African National Defence Force, and the military band is made up of musicians from the SANDF's various bands, such as the Pretoria Band, the Cape Town Band, or other regional band. And the ceremonial guard, these are the soldiers from the SADF ceremonial units, often including the Guard of Honor, which is typically from the President's Guard and is part of SADF's ceremonial regiment. And other units may include soldiers from the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, as well as the military police. And these members are selected for their ceremonial duties, showcasing the SADF professionalism and pride.
And as the President arrives, we'll see the aides-de-camp. They will be standing in their designated positions at the point of arrival of the President vehicle, just in front of the City Hall. The aide-de-camp is a commissioned officer who assists the President, the Deputy President, Minister, Premier, or any senior military office. They act as a link between the principal and the military. They also perform ceremonial, administrative, and coordination duties. And we will see them. They are also considered to be senior military officers. They are appointed basically to serve as personal assistants to high-ranking officials, especially heads of state and senior commanders within the military.
And of course, the helicopters that you can hear on your screen there are a crucial part of state security apparatus, keeping the President and attendees safe throughout the event. They also form part of the ceremonies that you are seeing and the processions that are currently underway as we await the President of the Republic to deliver his State of the Nation Address 2026.
And of course, we now await the arrival of the President of the Republic, as Tsepo had already indicated. I almost said Chepo. As Tsepo had already indicated that we await the arrival of the President. He will be received by the Speaker of the National Assembly, the Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, and they will be led by the Secretary to Parliament.
And as we know that this is the President Ramaphosa's second State of the Nation address in the 7th administration of Parliament, he also had what we call the opening of Parliament, which is different from the State of the Nation address. The opening of Parliament happens after a government has been established following elections.
Let's watch those processions as the President arrives at the Cape Town City Hall to deliver the State of the Nation address for 2026.
And that will be the second of the Government of National Unity.
And there you have it, and that is the Speaker of the National Assembly, and she is accompanied, or she is with, the chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Ms. Refile Mtweni-Tsipane, together with the Secretary to Parliament, Mr. Kolile George, as they are about to receive the President of the Republic, Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa.
And what is to happen, as you can see there, the President has just stepped out, and members of the SADC, you've seen there opening the doors for the President and his wife, and the aides-de-camp are standing in their designated positions at the point of arrival of the President's vehicle at the Cape Town City Hall, and the Speaker of the National Assembly, of course, and the Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, together with the Secretary to Parliament in attendance, will receive and welcome the President and the First Lady of the Republic of South Africa.
And of course, some greetings there between the Speaker of the National Assembly, the Chairperson of the NCOP, the Secretary to Parliament, and they are greeting the President of the Republic, Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa, and the First Lady, Dr. Tshepo Motsepe.
And after this greeting, the President will ascend to the stage together with the Speaker and the Chairperson, where he will take the 21-gun salute as we sing the national anthem.
And of course, we are 10 minutes away from the long-awaited delivery of the State of the Nation address. But before that, we will have the 21 gunshot salute. And this is where it is a formal military honor that is reserved for President Cyril Ramaphosa as the head of state. It symbolizes respect for the president, national significance, continuity and tradition, and of course, state authority.
And of course, the President will now proceed to the saluting dais, but safe to say that the Secretary to Parliament will not be proceeding with them, but will rather proceed into the main entrance of the City Hall building. And the Secretary will then join the Sergeant at Arms and the usher of the Black Rod in the passage right next to the entrance of the chamber, whilst the First Lady is being taken to a seat in the gallery by a protocol officer in the presidency. And the acting Chief of State Protocol, Mr. DJ Sitole, seen him there assisting, who's a divisional manager, is also in attendance to the President, the Speaker, and the Chairperson of the NCOP.
As you can see, some conversation there between the Speaker, the President, and the Chairperson of the NCOP just before the President proceeds to the podium right in front of the City Hall.
And of course, the standing order on the saluting dais will be as follows. It will be the President of the Republic, it will be the Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, and then it will be the Speaker of the National Assembly together with 2 aides-de-camp. And on the command of national salute, present arms, only the President acknowledges the salute by placing his right hand on his chest. While the national anthem is played, a 21-gun salute and salute flight is given by the South African National Defence Force.
And after that, the President returns his hand to his side on the command slope arms. The President does not inspect the guard of honor, and the aides-de-camp do not salute during the national salute as well. On the same command slope arms, the aides-de-camp execute an about-turn march and take up their positions on the red carpet. And on the command podium ground about-turn, the President, the Speaker of the National Assembly, and the Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces turn around and descend the saluting dais. And then the President, the Speaker of the National Assembly, and the Chairperson of the NCOP, they will then descend the saluting dais and
Thank you. Yeah, it did. Let me go back inside. I'm probably still hooked up and stuff. I know. I'm tired of talking.
Speaker of the National Assembly, Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, President of the Republic of South Africa,
Order, honorable members. There will now be an opportunity for silent prayer and meditation. Please be seated. Honorable members, we will try next time to add just 1 minute so that we can finish the prayers and meditation. Would like to thank our praise singer, and very importantly, that this year is the 30 years of our Constitution, and she gave the poem in Kuntail language, which recognizes the importance of the Khoi and the San members of our society. Honorable members, the leaders of our political parties who are here present with us in the gallery, our former heads of state, our former presiding officers who are here, our First Lady, the judiciary, the premiers of our provinces, the speakers, and all honored guests that have been invited by Parliament to grace this important occasion where we would be listening to the State of the Nation address. Would like also to acknowledge our members at home who are watching these proceedings online. Honorable members, the President has called this joint sitting of the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces in terms of Section 84, subsection 2D of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, read with Joint Rule 13, subsection 1, subsection A, to deliver his State of the Nation address to Parliament. I now call on the Honorable the President, His Excellency Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa, to address the joint sitting. Honorable President. Honorable members, may we be seated to allow the President to address the nation. Honorable President.
Speaker of the National Assembly, Mr. Didiza, the Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Ms. Refile Mtsweni-Tsipane, former President Kgalema Motlanthe, former Chairperson of the NCOP, Mr. Amos Masondo, former Chairperson of the NCOP, Dr. Naledi Pandor, Mayor of Cape Town, Alderman Jordan Hill-Lewis, he was nervous. He thought I wouldn't be able to pronounce his first name because it's wrongly spelled. Deputy Chief Justice Dunstan Mlambo, Chairperson of the National House of Traditional and Khoisan Leaders, Khosi Thabo Siyakhlulo, Isithwalandwe, Mayor Sophie de Bruyn, President of Contralesa, Khoshi Mothupa Mokoena, members of Parliament, premiers of our provinces, fellow South Africans. 70 years ago, thousands of women of all races marched to the Union buildings, their hearts beating with a common purpose. Armed with extraordinary cunning and resolve, these women braved police checkpoints and harassment. In a voice loud and clear, they said, "We shall not rest until we have won for our children their fundamental rights of freedom, justice, and security." We recall the powerful image of Lillian Ngoyi, Helen Joseph, Sophie de Bruyn, they at the doorstep of a prime minister who did not dare to meet them. Every petition they handed over carried the weight of justice. Each of the 100,000 signatures they had collected expressed a desire for freedom and equality. For 30 minutes, the 20,000 women stood on the steps of the amphitheater of the Union buildings in silence, not singing, not moving, not speaking. The powerful imagery of these women standing in silence illustrated their resolve and their commitment to bring change about. Their silence reflected the deep emotional pain and frustration born out of systemic apartheid oppression. Their silence showcased the sorrow and the anger that these women felt in their fight for justice and equality. Their silence was long enough to be unsettling to the apartheid officials who were watching them. In that quiet moment, they showed the world that it is not the shouts of anger, but the stillness of determination that moves mountains. After the silence came the singing of the now eternally famous chant that has gone down in our struggle history, symbolizing the powerful role played by women in the struggle against apartheid. They chanted, "Watinta Bafazi, Watinti Mbogodo." Translated, it means you strike a woman, you strike a rock. It is said that the women's chant rolled down the terraces of the union buildings, turning the seat of state power into a stage of protest, where courage meets authority. This evening, we are honored to have amongst us Mam Sophie de Bruyn, one of the leaders that marched and a stalwart of our struggle for freedom. She and many other women who have made enormous sacrifices in our struggle for freedom remind us that women have always been at the forefront of change, ready to stand up, to be counted, to speak out, and never back down in the fight for justice. To mark this anniversary, I'd like to ask you to rise and give a standing ovation to the women of South Africa who marched on the Union buildings in 1956.
We may be seated.
Mam Sophie de Bruyn, I can see where you are seated. Please stand up so that we can see you. It was 50 years ago, in that same spirit of defiance and struggle, that young people in Soweto walked out of school and marched towards Orlando Stadium to oppose the imposition of Afrikaans as a medium of instruction and the hated system of Bantu education. Their courage in the face of a brutally oppressive regime reverberated around the world and brought renewed attention to our struggle. The determination and sacrifices of the youth of 1976 and the generations of young people that would follow continue to inspire us. We thank the young people of 1976. "30 years ago, In 1996, in this very precinct, in the Houses of Parliament, the Constitutional Assembly adopted the text on which our democratic nation is founded. Our Constitution reflects the spirit of those women who marched in 1956, and the young people of 1976, and the many South Africans from all walks of life who fought for our freedom. It is a constitution that reflects the aspirations of the people of South Africa for a nation that is united and at peace, a nation that has thrown off the shackles of oppression and a divided past. It is a constitution that calls on us not only to redress the injustices of the past, but to progressively realize the right of all South Africans to housing, to health, to food, to water, to social security, to education, and to a better and prosperous life for all. Today, we must realize these aspirations in a world that is rapidly changing, a world in which narrow self-interest has replaced the common good, a world in which trade is used as an instrument of cohesion, a world in which might is right and the powerful impose themselves on the weak. To navigate this new world, we must draw on our strength as a nation. Our strength comes from our values, as articulated in our Constitution. The values of dignity, of equality, of non-racialism, non-sexism, diversity, and of the inherent worth of every person. It comes from our people. Our strength comes from our people, from our tolerance, from our generosity, kindness, and solidarity. It comes from our steadfast commitment to upholding the rights and affirming the dignity of people in our society who face prejudice and discrimination, including persons with disabilities and members of the LGBTQIA+ community. Our strength comes from our determination and resolve. It comes from our creativity and inspiration. As we navigate this new world, we must rely on that strength, the strength that comes from our natural endowments, from the minerals in our earth and the richness of our soil, from the beauty of our mountains and shores. Our strength comes from our institutions, which are robust, independent, and from the spirit of democracy and freedom that lives deep within all of us. Our strength and power comes from one another. It comes from what we can achieve when we work together. Our strength also comes from our respect for one another, even as we may differ on various issues. Our strength also comes from our sporting men and women who continue to lift the South African flag on the world stage and bring glory to our nation. Now, as we reflect on the state of our nation, we can say that we are stronger today than we were a year ago. Our economy is growing again, and this growth is gathering pace. While we have experienced 4 consecutive quarters of GDP growth, we know that it has to grow much higher and much faster to meet our social and economic challenges. We have achieved 2 consecutive primary budget surpluses. Our credit rating has improved. Interest rates are coming down, and inflation is at its lowest level in 20 years. We are on a clear path of stabilizing our national debt. The rand has strengthened against the dollar. The Johannesburg Stock Exchange, the largest stock exchange on the African continent, has performed exceptionally well over the past year. This growth reflects broader economic recovery, investor confidence, and increasing interest in South Africa's economy and equities. Our borrowing costs have been declining. Through Operation Vulindlela, we've made significant progress in accelerating economic reform and opening the way for investment competition. We have brought an end to load shedding and built a more dynamic and resilient energy system. We have made progress in improving the performance of our ports and freight rail lines, steadily increasing the volume of goods that we move in and out of our country. We have restored our passenger rail system. More and more commuters are now able to travel to work on newly locally made trains, significantly reducing their traveling costs. We are investing across our country in roads, in bridges, in rail lines, in ports, in dams, and in solar farms. We have created over 2.5 million opportunities through the presidential employment stimulus, mainly for young people and women. The expanded works program and community work program continue to offer job opportunities to many throughout the country. Last year, we saw the highest matric pass rate in our history, with more than two-thirds. Now, with more than two-thirds of all bachelor passes coming from schools in the most disadvantaged communities. Now, as the economy continues to grow, the rate of unemployment must come down. By expanding our social protection system through the SRD grant, we have reduced the number of people living in food poverty. We are strengthening our anti-corruption laws. Our country has been removed from the grey list of Financial Action Task Team. We continue to make the progress that was difficult to make in previous years. The work we have done to rebuild key institutions from state capture is showing results. The South African Revenue Service is once again a world-class tax authority. The investigating directorate continues with its work and is making progress in the prosecution of those who need to be prosecuted. Most importantly, our democratic system is maturing. Our democratic system is maturing and growing stronger. The government of national unity, you will love this, has shown that it is possible for South Africans to come together from across the political spectrum to work on a common agenda for growth and progress. Last year, we hosted the leaders of the world for a successful G20 summit, which showcased our country's strength on the global stage. Confidence is rising amongst investors business people, and consumers. Now, these improvements are the result of a determined effort across government and across society. They show what is possible when we work in unity and we work with unity of purpose. Now we have a unique window of opportunity to translate these gains into sustained growth. Despite this progress, we must be honest about the challenges that we still face. Although we are moving forward, we must not claim any easy victories. We are still far from where we need to be. For too many people, life remains hard. Jobs are scarce and opportunity is out of reach. South Africans are worried about violent crime and corruption. They are concerned at the state of local government and its inability to deliver basic services in many parts of the country. Above all, they are desperate for work and for an income to support their families. We can only be strong when we are equal, when the progress we have made is shared by all. Families. We can only be strong when we are equal, when the progress we have made is shared by all South Africans. The Constitution calls on us to work towards a society in which every South African has a fair chance to make a better life for themselves, in which every child receives a decent education and an opportunity to work and to thrive. A society in which we reclaim our public spaces and meet one another in the streets as equals, in which the state works for the people and the corrupt face consequences. This State of the Nation address outlines the actions that we have taken since last year and the steps we will take this year to advance the strategic priorities of the Government of National Unity. And these priorities, to remind ourselves, are firstly, to drive inclusive growth and job creation. Secondly, to reduce poverty and tackle the high cost of living. And thirdly, to build a capable, ethical and developmental state. This evening, we outline the work we must do, work that we must do together to build stronger communities and a stronger nation. We outline the work we must do together to build a South Africa that is more prosperous, more inclusive, and more peaceful, more united, and ultimately more equal. A stronger South Africa must be safe and secure. The cost of crime is measured in lives that are lost and futures that are cut short. It is felt also in the sense of fear that permeates our society and in the reluctance of businesses to invest. Children here in the Western Cape are caught in the crossfire of gang wars. People are chased out of their homes by illegal miners in Kagiso, in Gauteng, Bapoba Mogale as well. Women are murdered by their partners in their homes. Building sites are shut down by criminals. This must and will change. Organized crime is now the most immediate threat to our democracy, our society, and our economic development. Our primary focus this year is on stepping up the fight against organized crime and criminal syndicates. And we will do so using technology, intelligence, and integrated law enforcement. We will tackle organized crime by consolidating intelligence at national level, identifying priority syndicates, and deploying hand-picked multidisciplinary intervention teams focused on dismantling criminal networks. To strengthen our fight against gang violence, I will be deploying the South African National Defence Force to support the police Now, thank you. As I said, I will be deploying the South African National Defence Force to support the police as we did to great effect with illegal mining. I have directed the Minister of Police and the SANDF to develop a technical plan on where our security forces should be deployed within the next few days in the Western Cape and in Gauteng to deal with gang violence and illegal mining. Now, as is required by the Constitution, I will inform the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces regarding the timing and place of the deployment of our soldiers and what it will cost. We have to act to rid our country of gang violence. At the same time, we are implementing an integrated strategy to address the root causes of crime through coordinated interventions across society, from street lighting to access to social services. We are going to tackle gun crime by streamlining legislation and regulations on licensing, possessing and trading in firearms and ammunition. We will increase enforcement of existing gun laws. We are putting more boots on the ground through the recruitment this year of 5,500 police officers, adding to the 20,000 new officers we announced previously in the State of the Nation address. We are also addressing the threat posed by the infiltration of illegal and counterfeit goods to South African jobs and industry. We are establishing a national illicit economy disruption program that brings together key state agencies and other stakeholders, including the private sector. Through the effective use of data analytics, AI, we will be targeting high-risk sectors like tobacco, fuel, alcohol, and other counterfeit products. The hearings of the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry and the hearings that are going on in the ad hoc committee here have exposed rampant corruption in the SAPS and some metro police departments through the abuse of power. We cannot tolerate this. The rule of law depends on a police service that is ethical, responsive, and rooted in the communities that it serves. The South African Police Service has established a task team to ensure that investigations arising from the Madlanga Commission are undertaken swiftly without interference. The State Security Agency will re-vet the senior management of the South African Police Service and Metro Police Departments. The vetting process will include lifestyle audits as well. As we have successfully done with previous commissions, we will use the recommendations of the Madlanga Commission to make far-reaching changes. We are determined that the Commission's findings and recommendations will lay the basis for a fundamental reform of our criminal justice system. We are confident that these efforts will succeed because the great majority of police officers are dedicated to upholding the law and diligently serving the people of South Africa. Now, drawing on the success of Operation Vulindlela in advancing economic reform, we will use a similar approach to establish a hard-hitting new criminal justice reform initiative. This will crack down on organized crime, on illicit firearms and trade, using a dedicated team to ensure that reforms are implemented across the system. We are further intensifying the fight against corruption by strengthening bodies such as the Special Investigating Unit, the National Prosecuting Authority, and the Hawks. We will finalize government's approach to the recommendations of the National Anti-Corruption Advisory Council on the establishment of a permanent, independent, overarching anti-corruption body. We cannot accept that those who speak out against corruption are victimized, targeted, and killed. The Whistleblower Protection Bill will be introduced in Parliament. Among other things, this will criminalize retaliation and provide psychosocial, legal, and financial support to whistleblowers. And there will be a special focus on restructuring our procurement system with a view to ending corruption. The Auditor General reports that the majority of incidents of corruption originate in the procurement system. We cannot allow this cancer to continue, and we must therefore act. Measures will be taken. Measures that we will take will include the use of technology and the finalization of the new Public Procurement Act regulations by mid-2026. We cannot fight organized criminals by treading softly. We must act with zero tolerance and bring the full force of the law to bear. And I'd like this message to be clear. There will be no impunity for acts of criminality and corruption. In addition to crime, water is now the single most important issue for many people in our country, from large cities like Johannesburg to smaller towns like Knysna and rural areas like Guyana. We have all seen the pain that our people have been expressing through demonstrations in various parts of Gauteng. Now, these protests have been fueled by the frustrations that our people are feeling over inadequate, unreliable access to basic services such as water. I have directed the Minister of Water and Sanitation and her deputy, as well as the Minister of Cooperative Governance, to attend to the water shortage problem and engage with our communities. Now, I can see you are excited. As we speak,
Order, honorable members. Can we please lessen our voices so that members can hear the message? Thank you.
As we speak, they are in Gauteng at the moment, engaging with our people, explaining to them precisely how government intends to immediately deal with the challenges that our people are experiencing. They have informed me that the pipes that had been damaged are being repaired and the reservoirs are filling up again. Now, this comes from poor planning, inadequate maintenance of water systems by many of our municipalities, and the main cause of the problems are now the reason why we are now having empty taps. There is no silver bullet to address this challenge, which has its roots in systemic failures and many years of neglecting infrastructure. To ensure water security is in the long term, we are building new dams, upgrading existing infrastructure. We have committed 156 billion rand in public funding for water and sanitation infrastructure over the next 3 years. The construction of the Lesotho Highlands Water Project and other large-scale projects like the Ntabelanga Dam, part of the Umzimvubu Water Project in the Eastern Cape, is advancing. And we are in the final stages of establishing a national water resource infrastructure agency to effectively manage the country's water infrastructure and mobilize funding for infrastructure. However, the real challenge lies not in the availability of water, but in getting water to people's taps. The Water Services Amendment Act, or Bill, will enable us to hold water service providers accountable for their performance, and if they don't perform, to be able to withdraw their licenses if they do not deliver. If a municipality is not willing or able to provide a service to its residents, then it must be done by another structure that can do so. Now, these reforms will address the root causes of the water crisis. In the short term, we need to address the immediate crisis where water outages are being experienced right now. 3 years ago, when we were experiencing daily power cuts, we established the National Energy Crisis Committee to enable a focused national response. We overcame what seemed like an insurmountable challenge by adopting a clear plan and delivering on it. Using the same approach, we will now elevate our response to water crisis to a National Water Crisis Committee, which I will chair. The structure will bring together all existing efforts into a single coordinating body. The Deputy President has been working with a number of water authorities in the country, and we will coordinate all that to make sure that we address this problem. It will deploy technical experts and resources from national government to municipalities facing water challenges. It will ensure that action is taken swiftly and effectively to address the problem. To address the challenges effectively, we will not hesitate to use the powers that are enshrined in our Constitution and in the Water Services Act to intervene in municipalities where necessary. National government cannot stand by and believe that local government will be able to solve the problem which they are not able to solve. National government will therefore intervene. We will hold to account those who neglect their responsibility to supply water to our people. Government has already laid criminal charges against 56 municipalities that have failed to meet their obligations. We will now move to even lay charges against municipal managers for violating the National Water Act. The critical problem is that in many metros, in many of our cities and towns, water revenue is being used for other purposes, and very little is invested in upgrading and maintaining water infrastructure. To address this challenge, in line with the commitment that we made last year, we have introduced a new 54 billion rand incentive for metros to reform their water and sanitation electricity services. This will ensure that the revenue from water usage is put straight back into fixing pipes, into fixing reservoirs, and into pumping stations. Water outages are a symptom of a local government system that is not working. A far-reaching overhaul is now underway to address the root causes of dysfunction in many of our municipalities. In many places, local government administrations are weak, don't have the capacity, and are also governed by patronage rather than by technical capacity and merit. In her most recent report on local government, the Auditor General said, local government is characterized by inefficient accountability, failing service delivery, poor financial management and governance, weak institutional capability and widespread instability. She says that arresting the decline of local government will require our collective action. We are now taking collective action. Learning from our experience of the past 30 years, we will in the coming months finalize a revised white paper on local government. This will provide solutions for the functioning of an effective local government system. The white paper will reimagine the way that our local government should work. The current system is too complex and fragmented, expecting even small and weak municipalities to take on many responsibilities. We will propose fundamental changes that recognize the reality that some municipalities can take on more functions than others, and that we need a differentiated approach to municipal powers and responsibilities. We're also proposing a more structured cooperation between municipalities and traditional and Khoisan leadership institutions to enable community engagement and shared problem solving. We will ensure that senior officials in local government have the required qualifications and are appointed through an independent process free from political interference. Where municipalities fail, we will strengthen the ability of national government to intervene more quickly and to direct corrective measures in the interest of serving our people better. These changes may be difficult, but they must be done. While these fundamental reforms are underway, we will continue to implement targeted support to improve the delivery of basic services through the presidential working groups on eThekwini and Johannesburg. While we have made progress in stabilizing eThekwini, which has led to investor confidence returning, there is much more that needs to be done in Johannesburg to deal with collapsing infrastructure, financial mismanagement, and electricity and water interruptions. The same applies to a few other metros in our country as well. There are many committed people with skills and experience working in local government. It is our responsibility to remake, reorganize, and better resource municipalities so that they can continue doing their work. As a country, we're increasingly vulnerable to extreme weather conditions. And just a few weeks ago, catastrophic flooding in Limpopo and Mpumalanga, as well as parts of KZN, caused the loss of a number of lives and widespread destruction of homes, schools, clinics, and other infrastructure. I visited Guyane, and where there were 16 houses, nicely built houses, as we arrived, it was just an open field. The houses had been washed away. It was like there were no houses ever before. The foundations, the roofs, and all that had been washed away. The classification of floods as a national disaster has enabled national and provincial government to prioritize funding to address the most pressing needs of the people who are affected. A stronger South Africa depends on a growing economy. For more than 15 years, our economy has experienced low growth. All our actions are now driven by the need for rapid and inclusive economic growth to create more jobs and to create, for that matter, better quality jobs. To give effect to the medium-term development plan, Cabinet has approved a comprehensive implementation plan to drive growth and inclusion. Through this plan, we are working to revive growth by creating conditions for firms or companies to invest by maintaining a clear and stable macroeconomic framework, investing in infrastructure that works, creating a conducive regulatory framework that supports growth and enables competition, and a focused and forward-looking industrial policy. The foundations of this plan is investment, particularly in public infrastructure, as well as labor-intensive growth sectors that are capable of future growth. Now, these include the digital and green economy, where young people will find employment opportunities. Infrastructure is much more than an investment in brick, mortar, concrete, and steel. It is an investment in jobs, in productivity, in growth. For many years, fixed investment has been declining. We are now changing all that. Government has committed more than 1 trillion rand in public investment over 3 years to build and maintain infrastructure. This is the largest allocation of its kind in our country's history, and it will be transformative. It will create jobs. Through the Infrastructure Fund and the new regulations for public-private partnerships, we are using innovative funding models, reducing risk and attracting investors to fast-track projects in energy, in water, in transport, and in the digital infrastructure. We launched our first-ever infrastructure bond to raise funding for the infrastructure drive that we have embarked upon, which was more than 2 times oversubscribed, showing that when we have put our resolve forward and have put forward innovative ways of raising money, those with money, the private sector, do respond. Disputes arising from implementation of tenders often delay the implementation of necessary infrastructure. We often find that when an infrastructure project is about to be embarked upon, competitors start taking each other to court, and waiting for the long court process always delays the start of those projects. To prevent undue delays in critical projects, we will establish specialized courts for commercial matters with dedicated judges and dedicated court roles to ensure faster outcomes in matters that have a bearing on the economy and development. This will speed up the development of our infrastructure. This year, we will begin the work to establish a professional state property company to transform the 88,000 buildings and 5 million hectares of land owned by the state into professionally managed engines of growth and development. I see you like this one very much. I will repeat it. Now, through Operation Vulindlela, we are working to transform the structure of our economy, to fix our infrastructure, and make our electricity, water, and logistics sectors more competitive and more efficient. Having put load shedding behind us, we must now transform our energy system to ensure long-term energy security. For decades, our economy grew on the back of cheap electricity. But then state capture, mismanagement, inadequate maintenance, and inflated mega projects drove up the cost of electricity to businesses and to ordinary citizens. Now, with the far-reaching changes that we are making to the sector, and with our abundant solar and wind resources, we will be able to drive down the cost of electricity. Regulatory changes have enabled a massive and growing pipeline of investment in renewable energy. By 2030, more than 40% of our energy supply will be coming from cheap, clean, renewable energy sources. We are now establishing a level playing field for competition so that we are never again exposed to the risk of relying on a single supplier to meet our energy needs. We are restructuring Eskom and establishing a fully independent state-owned transmission entity, as I have said before. This entity will have ownership and control of transmission assets and be responsible for operating the electricity market. Given the importance of this restructuring for the broader reform of the electricity sector, I have established a dedicated task team under the National Energy Crisis Committee to address the various issues relating to the restructuring process, including clear timeframes for its phased implementation. The Minister of Electricity and Energy, Minister of Finance, and the Minister of the Presidency, and other ministers will all work together to make sure that we come up with clear proposals and timelines and how this will be phased in terms of implementation. This task team will report to me within 3 months. In addition, we will this year commence the first round of independent transmission projects to enable private investment in expanding our national grid. There has been tremendous interest. There's been tremendous interest in investments in our transmission process. We will work in each province to address transformer overloading, illegal connections, and equipment failure with the objective of eradicating load reduction by next year. We are committed to the path that we have embarked upon to modernize our energy system. We have begun to turn around the performance of our rail system and ports so that our businesses can get their products to global markets. We have now enabled private rail operators to access our network on a concessionary basis, which will now allow different rail companies to compete to move volumes from road to rail. Later this year, we will initiate major public-private partnerships in our port terminals and rail corridors through a concession model that preserves public ownership by the state while mobilizing private investment and expertise. Last month, we concluded a partnership with an international port operator to manage the Durban Pier 2 container terminal, the largest in our country. Pier, you're right. This partnership, something good also comes from your side. This partnership will result in new investment in equipment and infrastructure at the port and will bring it back to world-class standards. We continue preparations for the introduction of high-speed rail in South Africa. I know you love this one. Now this, I've been saying that we would like this to cover initially routes such as Johannesburg and Musina and eThekwini to Johannesburg. Now, it often takes, high-speed trains are happening in many parts of the world. They have cut down the time of travel, and in my book, it should no longer take 5 to 6 hours to travel from eThekwini or Durban to Johannesburg, 4.5 hours from Johannesburg to Messina, when it can be done in a much shorter space of time. Our people want it, and progress is now being made. Nearly 30 companies indicated their willingness to participate in high-speed rail corridors when we put out the request for information last year. We are preparing to send out a request for proposals which will introduce a new era of long-distance rail travel in South Africa at a faster pace. We are determined to compete in a rapidly changing global economy. Our industrial policy focuses on areas where we have competitive advantage, where we can create jobs, and where we can drive up exports. Our trade policy is aimed at promoting sustainable development, growth, and strengthening our international partnerships. In a world where countries are looking to diversify their supply chains, we have an opportunity to ramp up our exports across the globe. We have a diverse economy, high-quality manufacturing facilities, and strong regulatory frameworks. We are strengthening our capacity for trade negotiations and expanding our missions abroad to drive economic diplomacy. Amid the turmoil in the global economy, we are supporting our established industries in the face of strong headwinds. We have moved to revive our ferrochrome industry and to protect jobs in our steel industry, in our automotive and other sectors which employ hundreds of thousands of South Africans in good quality jobs. Ministers are crunching the numbers on a daily basis, seeking to protect the jobs that could be lost through the decline of these industries that are now facing fierce competition. We are working with businesses and workers to close loopholes in our tariff structure and develop additional measures to protect and grow our manufacturing base. As we protect jobs in vulnerable industries, we remain focused on sectors that will drive future growth. We know that we can create millions of good quality jobs in sectors like agriculture, mining, and services industry, as well as in the green economy. These are areas where we can be more than competitive. We can be the best in the world. Our agricultural sector is expanding rapidly. Already we are the second largest exporter of citrus fruit in the world. We are opening new markets for our exports, from citrus to avocados to maize, livestock, grapes and wine. Through the blended finance scheme, working with the Land Bank and the commercial banks, we have provided 7.8 billion rand in innovative funding for black producers. We will deploy 10,000 new extension officers to support farmers and to improve agricultural productivity. This will give rise to many opportunities for young people to be employed in the agricultural sector. I saw how this works extremely well in Ethiopia, in the agricultural sector, which was really the worst sector. They employed 40,000 or so extension officers who support farmers. And all of a sudden, agriculture has now become the best performing sector in the economy. While the rest of our agriculture is thriving, the cattle industry today is facing one of the worst outbreaks of foot and mouth disease our country has ever experienced. This disease is damaging our economy, resulting in export bans, trade restrictions, and the devastation of herds. We have decided to vaccinate the entire national herd of 14 million cattle. This requires 28 million vaccines over the next few months. The state will facilitate the acquisition of the vaccines centrally to ensure that we get the right vaccine for the particular strain of the virus in South Africa. Like during COVID, many people felt tempted that they wanted to acquire vaccines for themselves. But because we are a regulated economy and country, we wanted everything to be approved by our authority, SAPRA. Similarly, in this case, with cattle vaccines, SAPRA, our authority, will be the one single organization that will give approval. We will work closely with the private sector to enable an efficient rollout, and most importantly, we will ensure that commercial, private and communal farmers have immediate access to vaccines. Now, I have established a task team made up of farming organizations, farmer organizations and experts, working together with the Minister of Agriculture and his department that will report to me every month about the progress we are making in dealing with the pandemic. Now, why do we do this? We do this because we've got experts. We've got people with great knowledge. We need to mobilize them. We need to bring them to work with government because they have the know-how and the wisdom. We have classified foot and mouth disease as a national disaster and will be mobilizing all necessary capabilities within the state to deal with this crisis. Our services sector, from digital technology to financial services, is growing. Our financial institutions are some of the best in the world, and they have the ability to compete in Africa and across the globe. We are attracting major investment in digital infrastructure, with 55 data centers already built and more than 50 billion of investment expected over the next few years. Tourism is a vital driver of economic growth. With every 13 international tourist arrival, they support one job. Our tourism sector made history last year, recording the arrival of 10.5 million visitors from overseas. We must now promote unique cultural, historical, and natural attractions of our country to reflect our country's identity. This can include traditional festivals, cultural areas in our country, local crafts, historical sites, and natural landscapes across the country in rural areas as well. As we strengthen our criminal justice system, we will make areas safer for tourists to visit. In the coming year, we will extend the electronic travel authorization system to all countries that require visas, enabling applications for tourists to be processed digitally within a 24-hour period. Now, the biggest opportunity of all lies in the green economy. We are pivoting our economy to be a leading supplier of products which the world will rely on in decades to come. We are expanding support for manufacturing of green products for global markets, from fertilizer to jet fuel, chemicals to steel. From March this year, we will introduce 150% tax deduction for investment in new energy vehicles, while supporting the local production of batteries as well. International pledges to the Just Energy Transition Investment Plan now stand at approximately 250 billion rand. This is financing large-scale investment in manufacturing, infrastructure, as well as skills. South Africa has become the world's largest reserve of critical minerals. Our ore reserves are valued at more than 40 trillion rand, making mining a sunrise industry. After many years of declining investment in exploration, we are dedicating funds towards geological mapping and exploration to harness our critical mineral reserves. Just this week, the Industrial Development Corporation announced more than 300 million rand in funding for the Frontier Rare Earths project in the Northern Cape. This has the potential to become one of the largest and lowest cost new producers of minerals that are needed for smartphones, lithium batteries, and other products. Confidence in the future of South African mining was very evident during the mining indaba this week here in Cape Town. New gold, copper, rare earths, platinum, and coal mines are being opened. And black people are players, serious players in this industry now of late. And we are happy about that. At the G20 Leaders Summit in November last year, the G20 countries supported our proposal to expand local beneficiation of critical minerals and the export of finished goods. Critical minerals beneficiation that should take place at the source of extraction, right where the minerals are found. Over the course of the first 5 South African investment conferences, we were able to raise 1.5 trillion rand in investment commitments. To date, over 600 billion that was committed has flowed into projects. New factories, mines, and other facilities are being opened each year. We have now set ourselves a target of raising 2 trillion rand in new investments over the next 5 years. We therefore look forward to hosting the 6th South African Investment Conference on the 31st of March of 2026. To build a more inclusive economy, we are going to back those who create opportunity. If every small and medium business in South Africa could employ one additional person, we would create 3 million new jobs. But many of these businesses, a number of which are owned by women and young people, cannot get funding to start or to grow. Many struggle to find markets for their goods and services, and nearly all small and medium enterprises have to contend with a multitude of regulations, of bylaws, of licensing requirements, and bureaucratic hurdles. We take seriously the public comments on the draft business licensing bill and will ensure that the final bill makes it easier, not harder, to start and to run a small business in South Africa. We will do that. This year, we will provide more than 2.5 billion in funding to over 180,000 small and medium enterprises and extend a further 1 billion in guarantees. Naturally, we will seek to also focus on women and youth-led businesses to foster their empowerment. And we will amend the National Credit Act regulations to make it easier to access credit at a lower cost. The transformation of our economy is necessary to drive sustained growth, to reduce inequality, and correct the injustices of the past. We are undertaking a review to refine, realign, and strengthen our broad-based Black economic empowerment framework to ensure that it supports greater transformation and inclusive growth. Now, all these actions will create a stronger economy and fix the foundations that were broken. It is a matter of national concern that too many South Africans remain unemployed and too many young people struggle to find their first job. That is why we are rebuilding the economy. We are creating work and livelihood opportunities on a scale through public and social employment programs. In places like Standerton in Mpumalanga, the presidential employment stimulus is creating work that matters, turning dumping sites into parks and empty yards into community gardens. The SA Youth Platform has provided millions of young people with access to work and learning opportunities for the first time. The Youth Employment Service, a partnership between business and government, placed over 200,000 young people in year-long work experience opportunities. This year, we will introduce regulatory changes that will make it much easier for businesses to participate in the Youth Employment Service and create jobs for young people. In the coming year, we will expand our public employment programs, including the Community Works Program and the EPWP and the Presidential Employment Stimulus. We will ensure that they are better coordinated, provide income support, skills development, and pathways into longer-term work, particularly for young people and women. To ensure that no one is left behind, we are implementing decisions to increase employment equity targets for persons with disabilities in the public service to 7% by 2030 and to mandate a 7% preferential procurement target across all government and public entities. Above all, however, a strong economy relies on a well-educated, capable, and skilled population. Our focus now is on establishing a firm foundation for learning in the early years of a child's life. We are expanding access to early childhood development through the Banapili mass registration of ECD facilities and an increase in subsidies for ECD learners. By making grade R compulsory, we are getting all our children off to a good start. We are intensifying efforts to fix the basic education system with a focus on early learning, literacy, numeracy, and mother tongue-based bilingual education. Now, we must congratulate the matric class of 2025, which achieved an 88% pass rate. Now, this is the highest pass rate in our history, reflecting both commitment of the learners and the interventions we have made to improve learning. But we also congratulate them for the sacrifices they themselves have made to get where they are. As we welcome improvements, now, this will enable young people, as they are trained for skills, to be almost certain that they will get jobs once their training has happened. We will reform and reduce the number of sector education training authorities, SETAs, to improve governance, strengthen industry participation, raise the quality of training, and better align skills development with the needs of the economy. Now, this includes improving the use of TVET colleges as the primary sites for occupational training and artisan development. To support effective workplace learning, we will increase the proportion of the skills development levy returned to employers, restoring it to its original level of 40%. We will also transform the National Skills Fund into a more agile, outcomes-driven instrument that supports unemployed young people to access workplace experience and employment, building on successful initiatives such as Job Boost. These reforms will ensure that various training programs that we have in government are a door to opportunity, not a dead end. To absorb the increasing number of young people passing matric, we will expand opportunities for young people to enter institutions of higher learning. I have directed the Ministers of Finance and Higher Education to work on a proposal for us to build more universities and TVET colleges for specialized areas of focus. An immediate problem is the great shortage of student accommodation at our institutions of learning. I have also directed the Minister of Higher Education to address this challenge, working together with financial institutions on innovative methods in which government can provide student accommodation. A stronger South Africa is built on strong communities, and strong communities look after their children. More than a quarter of children under 5 years are stunted, increasing their risk of disease and affecting their ability to learn and to grow. Now, this is devastating for children and their families and has an impact on our society as a whole. This year, we will embark on a mission to end child stunting and malnutrition by 2030 and tackle malnutrition amongst young children in line with the national strategy to accelerate action for children. We will focus on the crucial 1,000 days of a child's life, building on existing support such as the Child Support Grant. We will implement targeted interventions to ensure that pregnant women and low birth weight children get the protein and nutrients that they need. This is a massive crisis that demands attention and resources. Now, the medium-term budget statement that will be presented by the Minister later this year will set out a clear allocation for the actions that we need to take. A major contributor to child stunting is excessive alcohol consumption, which can affect a child's development during pregnancy. Alcohol abuse leads to violence, leads to road accidents and crime. Now, to address this scourge, we call on provincial governments to strengthen the regulation of alcohol by limiting the density of alcohol outlets, restricting trading hours, and ending the sale of alcohol in large containers. As national government, we propose measures to curb excessive alcohol use, including minimum unit pricing or higher excise duties and greater restrictions on alcohol advertising, which we are consulting with the stakeholders. Now, since it was introduced during COVID-19, the Social Relief of Distress Grant has kept millions of South Africans out of food poverty. As a transformative instrument to improve the lives of the poorest and the most vulnerable people, this grant will be continued into the future. This year, we will redesign the grant to more effectively support livelihoods, skills development, work opportunities, and productive activity. We know that most of the money provided through the social grants is spent on food and transport. In our cities and towns, most people live far away from workplaces and services. We are remaking our cities and reducing the cost of living for working families by expanding affordable housing and revitalizing commuter rail. We are introducing a new model for housing where people are given subsidies for ownership and rental in areas that are suitable for them. We are shifting from building houses for people to supporting them to build, to buy or to rent their own houses. Yesterday marked the 60th anniversary of the declaration of District 6 here in this city as a white group area. A couple of 100 meters from here where we are, more than 60,000 residents were forcibly removed and relocated to the Cape Flats. The destruction of District 6 is a painful reminder of our shared responsibility to redress the injustices of the past and to build vibrant and cohesive communities. The restitution claim lodged in 1998 affirmed the lawful right of former residents of District 6 and their descendants to come home. That return has required court supervision, detailed planning, and sustained public investment. Many homes have now been completed and handed over to verified claimants. With 500 million rand allocated to this work, we are proceeding with phase 4 of the construction. The restoration of District 6 is a goal we all seek and a responsibility that we must all shoulder. We are working to build a healthy nation. As part of preparation for the National Health Insurance, we are investing in health facilities, in personnel and systems to improve access to quality care. We will be undertaking substantial investment in health infrastructure, prioritizing the construction and revitalization of our academic hospitals. On a recent visit that I undertook, led by Minister Motsoaledi, to George Mkari Hospital in Ga-Rankuwa, I witnessed the dire effects of inadequate health infrastructure. Starting with George Mkari Hospital, we will be working with various public and private financing institutions to finance the building and revitalization of that hospital as well as other healthcare facilities. Now, as a nation, we are finally able to imagine a country without HIV/AIDS. In support of our program to prevent and ultimately to eliminate HIV, we will be undertaking a massive rollout of lenacapavir, a 6-monthly injection that has proven highly effective in preventing transmission of HIV. We are also working to end cervical cancer in our country by mobilizing society to ensure that every young girl between the ages of 9 and 15 receives HPV vaccine. Last year, we classified gender-based violence and femicide as a national disaster. Now, through this classification, we are able to better coordinate our response and direct efforts towards the most impactful interventions. Building on the National Strategic Plan, we will mobilize all sectors of society through communication and social mobilization to challenge harmful attitudes and practices. We will continue to promote women's economic empowerment through training, financial support, and preferential procurement. We will strengthen law enforcement through faster investigation, improved case management, expanded sexual offenses courts, and action against repeat offenders. We will scale up survivor center support, ensuring access to shelters, one-stop service centers, mobile and rural outreach, and the placement of social workers in our police stations. Illegal immigration continues to pose a risk to our security, our stability, and economic progress. We will address this problem while ensuring that the fundamental rights of every person in this country are upheld and protected. This year, we will take additional steps to secure our borders. Funding to strengthen border security will be prioritized, covering infrastructure, technology, and people. Now, key border posts will be redeveloped through public-private partnerships, and we will extend the electronic travel authorization to all international airports and the busiest land ports of entry. We are already using drones and technology to greater effect all along our borderline. The police, home affairs, and labor inspectors will work together to crack down on violations of existing immigration, labor, and other laws. Employers who hire foreign nationals without the required permits or visas will face the full might of the law. Now, to tighten enforcement, we will hire an additional 10,000 labor inspectors this year. As we undertake these interventions, we insist that the laws of our country must be observed by everyone. We will not tolerate violence and acts of lawlessness directed at foreign nationals. No foreign national should be unlawfully barred from accessing public facilities, including health facilities and schools. To build a stronger South Africa, we need an ethical and capable developmental state. A capable state needs committed and honest public servants with the right skills and a deep culture of service. Over the past year, we have passed significant new legislation to professionalize the public service. The Public Service Amendment Bill will protect key appointments from political interference and ensure that capable and qualified people are appointed to senior positions on the basis of their suitability for the job. Lifestyle audits have been made mandatory for senior public servants, reaching 93% compliance across departments. We are establishing a central registry for disciplinary cases across all spheres of government. This will prevent people who are facing or have undergone discipline action from being employed elsewhere in the state. We are continuing to improve governance and performance of state-owned enterprises like Eskom, Transnet, Denel, PRASA, and others. This includes the implementation of clear standards of appointment to ensure that the leaders of these entities have the right qualifications and experience. We will continue to work in a phased manner towards a centralized model of managing our SOE portfolio so that we can set standards, improve governance, and ensure financial sustainability to deliver on their mandates. This includes finalizing the National State Enterprise Bill, which will be done in this Parliament. We will harness digital transformation as a driver of growth, of inclusion and effective service delivery. This year, Home Affairs will launch the Digital ID to enable safe and secure use of digital services for all South Africans. We will digitize driver's licenses, matric certificates, and services at the Master's Office. Citizens will be able to fill out police statements online, and eligibility for SASSA grants online, and be tested remotely. All these services will be made available by my Mzansi platform. Soon, every South African will be able to access many of the services they need without having to visit a government office or filling out manual forms. This year alone, hundreds more bank branches will now offer smart IDs and passport services, decreasing queues and waiting times. We will also work with civil society to ensure that citizens' protections and rights are safeguarded through this digital revolution. For South Africa to be strong, our continent, Africa, must be at peace and it must prosper. To advance the values of our Constitution, to promote our national interest, We seek a world that is sustainable, just, and inclusive. In an increasingly volatile world, South Africa holds firm to the principles that defined our G20 presidency and underpin our foreign policy, which is solidarity, equality, and sustainability. Now, through our position in the African Union and the Southern African Development Community, SADC, we are advancing regional integration, peace, and stability. We know that we are using our international relations to support domestic economic priorities, including manufacturing, value addition, and export growth. We are contributing to the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area to expand trade between African countries, to drive industrialization, and to create jobs. South African firms, our banks, our farmers, our manufacturers will be leading suppliers to an African market of 1.4 billion people whose working age population will double in the next 25 years. We are building mutually beneficial relations with all countries on terms of equality and respect. Now, in a world where powerful nations often assert their dominance and influence over less powerful nations, our country's commitment to sovereignty and self-determination is sacrosanct. It is not negotiable. And we will stand firm on our sovereignty and promote our national interests, our values, and the rights of our people. We are clear that we will continue to respect the rights and sovereignty of other nations. But we must be equally clear that we will not be bullied by any other country in the world. We will forge strong partnerships with like-minded countries to increase our shared resilience to global disruptions. Building on our presidency of the G20, which all attest to having been very successful, we continue to advance the priorities of the Global South. Now, these include inclusive growth, debt relief, climate action, reform of global governance institutions, and the beneficiation of critical minerals at source, as we said. Drawing on the work of the G20 Extraordinary Committee on Global Inequality, we are working with other international partners towards launching the International Panel on Inequality. This is an important pillar of the global effort to reduce inequality within and between nations. We continue to champion multilateralism and strengthen humanitarian diplomacy. South Africa remains clear and consistent, a consistent voice for international law, for justice, and for human rights. South Africa will continue to support conflict prevention and peacekeeping efforts of the United Nations, the African Union, and SADC. We are proud of the participation of South African soldiers in peacekeeping missions in many parts of our continent since the advent of democracy. We have requested the United Nations to allow us to withdraw our troops from the UN mission in the DRC, where they were serving under MONUSCO, with a view of consolidating our own defense force and strengthening it. We cannot consider ourselves free as long as the people of Palestine, of Cuba, of Sudan, and Western Sahara, and elsewhere suffer occupation, oppression, and war. So, fellow South Africans, our nation has reached what many people are saying is a turning point. We are leaving behind an era of decline and turning towards an era of prosperity and growth. We have done much to overcome the effects of state capture, COVID-19, and the public unrest of 2021, and the devastating floods of the following year. We are turning towards hope, towards the reality of a better future for all. The progress we have made over the last 5 years does give us hope and encouragement. It shows what we can achieve when we work together. Now is not the time to rest. Now is the time for all South Africans to be part of taking our country forward. Last year, we embarked on a new chapter in our democracy, launching a national dialogue at a convention that brought together South Africans from across the country, representing all sections of society. Now, this year, this national dialogue process will spread across South Africa, reaching every community, every school, every university, every college, and every part of our society. Under the guidance of the Eminent Persons Group, consisting of prominent, respected South Africans, and led by an inclusive steering committee, these public dialogues will give the citizens of our country the opportunity to raise their concerns, their aspirations, and plans for the future. These public dialogues will culminate in a national convention where all these conversations will be brought together to outline the actions that we must take to build a better South Africa. These conversations will guide the formulation of an overarching national compact and the next phase of the National Development Plan by 2030. In building this national consensus, we must draw not only on the shared values of our Constitution, but on the unifying power of sport and the rich diversity of our culture. As we celebrate those who have reached heights of global achievement amongst us, we must appreciate how sport and cultural activities have helped to build a cohesive society. Harnessing the spirit of the women of 1956, the youth of 1976, and the people of South Africa in 1996 when they drafted the Constitution. The year 2026 must be a year of transformative change. This must be the year that we make South Africa stronger, not weaker. We must fix what we must fix. Local government. We must fight crime and corruption and restore trust in the criminal justice system. We must create jobs and livelihoods for every South African. And we must build a state that works for all the people of South Africa. Above all, we must ensure that this rising tide lifts every South African. As the economy grows, it should bring into its fold those who have lived on the margins. This is the time for all South Africans to rise, and we must rise together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, honorable members. You may take your seats. Order, honorable members.
Order, honorable members, the House is still in procession. Order, honorable members. I thank the President for a well-delivered State of the Nation address. After I have adjourned this joint sitting, members are requested to rise and remain at their places until the procession has left the chamber. The guests in the gallery should remain seated until the judiciary has left. The ushers will then indicate when doors are open. The procession led by the usher of the Black Rod and the acting Sergeant-at-Arms will leave the chamber in the following order: the Speaker of the National Assembly, the Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, the President, the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, the Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, the Deputy President, the Secretary to Parliament. Honorable members, that concludes the business of the day. The joint sitting is adjourned.